All right, everybody. Please do real life fake wizard because YouTube has been astroturfing the hell out of him by recommending him to me constantly, despite me having no interest in watching him. I might do real life fake wizard. A lot of these guys are mentioned, and I think we should do them the service of actually investigating the content. Like going from the beginning of their videos, seeing where they started, and then working our way up. Get a little taste of their history. I think that's what we'll do. So let's do that. I'm going to put on some background music. Just something soft. Master Cheeks was a traitor. We'll see if he's a traitor. Not quoting chuds with that fucking banner. He's definitely doing something. He's definitely doing something. I think he's pretending like he doesn't understand. Never caught a stream before? I don't stream as often, or very often, because this is just a hobby for me. I do have a job, and that takes up a lot of time and energy, so... I do not have to work tomorrow, at least as far as I know. I didn't think I had to work on Sunday, but somebody called out, so I had to make up for that. You like his Keck and Cringe series? Well, maybe we'll watch some of that. Alright, so let's look at what he's got, and I've got to put this... I've got to orient my screen here. Yeah, his stuff was recommended to me as well. Let's put it on front. So here we go. This is his first video, 13K views, 3 years ago, 28 seconds long. These look like little short videos.
Hey, soldier. I was just browsing through Netflix on the control deck and I noticed Big Mouth was in the continue watching section. I gotta say, I'm not too impressed with that. We know it was you. If you just come clean and own up to it now, then there'll be no issue. We just want to know if it was you or not, that's all. Don't bother trying to leave the room. We locked all the doors on the way in here in case you tried to escape. Now, show us your Netflix watch history.
So did he use, some AI voice thing? Is that what he was he experimenting with AI voices to make these? Is this 68K views for this? For a 23-second video? Interesting. Okay, let's see what this is.
Give me that chip.
Sir, respectfully, go fuck yourself up the ass. I am the master motherfucking chief, bitch. If you want my sassy blue robot waifu, try and take her from me yourself and see what happens. You receding hair.
So he's using the TikTok boom sound, whatever that's called.
Hairline. No bitches get it. Divorced dentist looking ass.
That appeals to somebody. I'm not sure who. AI voices are getting too good. So he's just experimenting with AI voices here. This is very low quality, appeal to normies shit. Master Chief reaches it. So this is all going to be Master Chief's voice. Why did he put meme in parentheses? Was he worried people were not going to understand? He gives me Andy Pants vibes. Collabing with the Act Ma'am is like Andy Pants name dropping Short Fat Otaku is one of his favorite channels. What did Cheeks do? We're just looking at his stuff. I'm trying to figure out why he is considered a chud by certain people within the synthetic man sphere. That kind of thing. So the Arbiter. So he put AI. He started putting meme and then he put AI. He reads Vaporeon copy pasta. Was that when so that must have been, what, 3 years ago? Was the one... I thought the Vaporeon stuff was earlier than that. I didn't realize that was 3 years ago. So he's doing the Vaporeon 4chan meme. Master Chief finds out you're gay. So he put AI here, but he didn't put it here. Is this not AI? Stop sending me traps, copy pasta. I don't think... Okay. It's kind of becoming clear to me how he got his viewership. Where does it start with his commentaries, though? The cringe confrontation? It's a Halo dub, Halo meme. Why do porn videos always have catchy music playing in the background? 5.2k views. A monument to all your cringe. Yeah, let's check this out.
Oh man. Wait, where the fuck am I?
The volume on this is very low.
Oh, not good. Fuck. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
It's very juvenile humor.
I am a monument to all your cringe.
Stop! Bad touch! No! Bad touch!
Oh, dude, we are so fucked right now.
Thanks, Sherlock. I hadn't noticed. Good job.
This one consumes internet filth.
It's like Reddit humor. That's all this is.
Thanks.
This one tried to be based,
Oh man, I think I'm gonna puke.
but could not hack it.
You know, if you don't mind, I'm on a bit of a schedule here. So if you could just hurry up and kill us, that'd be great.
Kill you? Why would I kill you?
Mid-2000s jokes and only the bad ones, of course. Yeah.
Lest you end up like Steve.
Oh shit, dude, I think I know that thing.
Hello there. I am Ladies Man 69.
And I am Scathia.
The 69 meme.
Hey, bowling ball. You got any sauce with you?
Yes, of course, my G. I got over 6 terabytes of sauce on me. What type are you looking for?
No. Everybody knows keks are the true power in this universe.
Keks.
Sauce.
Listen here, you shriveled up old ballsack. Everybody knows your kicks are cringe and outdated.
Enough. This one's
Is this like what is the lingo for this? Like who used this lingo? Is this like Zoomer lingo, but like is it 5 years ago? 12 years ago?
independently.
No, it can't be 12 years ago. That's too
Must
long.
never be allowed to cross paths, which is what will happen if you allow that disgusting hard drive to reach Keck or Cringe headquarters. You must intervene.
What exactly is gonna happen if we don't stop?
So we get it. It's a 5-minute video, and the joke is pornography. Okay. Let's see. Low tier Spartan. Is this gonna be like low tier God?
You are a worthless bitch-ass. Your life, literally, is as valuable as a summer ant.
Yeah, so it's low tier God quotes. Master Chief has been detained for his New Year's Eve shenanigans. Chris Chan and Bob fight, but it's Halo. Okay. So this is how he got popular. 77k views. It's awful humor. Even 2000s kids would find this humor crap. Yeah, it's very dated. But again, we are looking at stuff that's 3 years old. Master Chief tells you how much of a disappointment you are. ASMR video. So he's writing trends, definitely. Interview with Flip Flop the Based is 3 minutes long. I worked for the Prophet Truth. He's fraud. Let's get to... so, does he do commentary videos? Keck or Cringe the movie. Full version, 20 minutes long. A year ago, Return of the Keck, The Goon Platoon. I hate modern Halo. So, does he do commentary here?
You were right to focus your attention on the microtransactions. But your inability to safeguard Halo was a colossal failure.
I will continue my campaign against the fan base.
No, you will not.
Yeah, so it's AI, more AI voices.
Right. Now I know what you people are thinking. Who's this dickhead? Why does he sound like that?
Oh, he's British?
Well, recently, I've just gotten so pissed off with the utter state of Halo that I felt the need to make a video completely separate from the type of content that I've built this channel around. Yeah, sorry boys, no cringe Halo parody dub this month. Though, looking at the recent view count, yeah, I don't think many of you will be that bothered. Now I know what some of you are probably asking. But Master Cheeks, you fucking beauty. What's caused you to suddenly make this video? Nothing big.
He's Australian?
It's happened in Halo recently.
He sounds, British.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's fucking happened. What's that? Oh, never mind, boys. We got a modded version of the rocket launcher that's just a shit version of a gun
That explains the cringe British people ain't funny guy. Yeah.
that's already been in every Halo game except for this new one that's been around for 4 years now and somehow has less content than the game that everyone called the worst in the franchise. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. Halo 5 story, pretty fucking shit. But fucking hell, man, at least there were one. I mean, what do you do in Halo 6? I think you kill like a big monkey or something and then an alien squid milf. You know, both of these things change absolutely nothing. In fact, the only thing you accomplish
He hasn't really explained why this is shit, though.
by the end of Halo 6 is ensuring
Northern
that once
English
again,
accent, yeah.
nothing fucking happened. Even when something does happen, they just get forgotten about by the next game. I mean, oh, Cortana's dead. Nope, she's still alive. In fact, not only is she still alive, she's evil now. Nope, forget that, she's dead again. But not to worry, you've got a new Cortana now, and she's basically just the exact carbon copy of Cortana, except this one has fucking Asperger's. But yeah, no, it's not really why I wanted to make this video today. You know, I've had 4 years to
Why
get
did you want to make this video?
over how shit Halo 6 were. I've had 10 years to get over how dog shit Halo 5 were. And I don't care what a bunch of people on fucking Reddit say. Halo 4 were fucking gay and all. What I want to talk about is how fucking miserable it is to be a Halo fan in, well, this video's coming out in 2025, but it's probably going to be the same fucking thing in 2060, you know, when Master Chief's got to fight a new villain that we've never fucking heard of, and he's going to die in this same game as well because he was going to do something that would cause...
Can you explain, though, why it's bad? What did they do? See, I haven't played these games, so I have no idea.
You know, something to actually fucking happen in Halo. The state of Halo is...
I mean, maybe this is just the consensus opinion, so he's just saying what everybody else believes, or thinks, or thought at this point in time.
Brand is nothing short of tragic. I mean, this game used to be the biggest boy in the yard. Now it's in the showers getting arse raped by Call of Duty because they said they'll teach it the secrets of a live service success. Little do they know, people fucking hate Call of Duty as well. Yeah, Halo saw Call of Duty having the Nicki Minaj skin and said, "Oh shit, man, I want some of that too. Fucking Kias. Give us that thing A-Train wore in the boys." Halo Infinite was so shit that it took over a year to get stuff that we got at launch over 15 fucking years ago. This game is now 4 years old and only recently started feeling like a semi-complete game. But you know what? That's totally fine. According to
Halo 4 screwed up the lore, but it was good game. Retconning Chief and Cortana to be a romance was based as fuck. Other 343 games are trash, though. I truly lost after Halo Reach. As a Halo fan, I only played the Bungie game. Why am I not surprised? You had a wanker making videos, wanking, yeah. Big Bungie is the only YouTube Brit that's funny in any way. Used to be an edgy teen as well. Told my jokes because I kind of stand by them.
the modern Halo fans, at least. See, old Halo fans never had to put up with this.
Yeah, new fags pretending to be edgy. They whinge and whine. They get called mean words.
But the new ones? Well, they've just gotten so accustomed to it that not only that, they'll defend it now. And they'll call you a hater for not liking the fact that one of the most expensive games of all time can't live up to the standards that were set over 18 years ago, which is older than most modern Halo fans.
Okay, so here I'm getting a sense of that, a sense that he's doing us versus the normies thing. So it's like, look at all the normies are saying, but we don't agree with that because we're real Halo fans. I hate modern Halo. So, what? 244k views, 2,971 comments. So this really skyrocketed him.
Oh, what's this?
But he's still doing like a consensus opinion though, because there's still a lot of people who like this is for people who are like set on hating this thing. Like, yeah, you're just kind of I don't know. It would be better to me if you could articulate exactly where things went wrong instead of just saying, I don't like this because it's not like the way it used to be.
You don't like having to pay for cosmetics that you could originally just unlock for free by...
Is that real?
Oh, what's this? You don't like...
$1,000? And how... Yeah, and I bet a lot of people actually did that. That's true. I bet... Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Having to pay for cosmetics that you could originally just unlock for free by, being good at the fucking game? Well, sounds to me like you're a broke loser. Oh, you want Halo to actually look and feel like it used to instead of being a weird, visually incoherent mess that just hops on whatever trend is currently popular? Sounds to me like you're just a Bungie fanboy. I don't understand why that's like an insult or a comeback.
What was that?
Like you're just a Bungie fan.
Bungie fanboys are killing Halo Infinite.
Fanboy.
Eric something. Eric Schweitzer?
Whatever trend is currently popular. Sounds to me like you're just a Bungie fanboy.
Eric Schweitzer. Okay.
I don't understand why that's
he
like
likes it
an
up the
insult
bum.
or a comeback. Oh,
so there we go. We got a gay joke. There you go. Got a gay joke. But I don't think he hates the gays. I don't think he hates them now, because there's gonna be here. I'm kind of I'm posting this a bit early in the game, but this is something that Brian C sent me. Bungie fanboy. I just want to say I actually fucking hate both of these, but the left's hypocritical reaction to the ice one is funnier. So he hates both of these equally. Anyway.
Oh, what's this? You like the people that invented and were responsible for Halo's golden age? Oh, what a fucking silly thing to do. Over here, we like the based company that caused Halo's relevance to fucking tank to a point that I don't think it's ever gonna recover. Because we're fucking classy like that.
Like, yeah, obviously I like a company that makes good games. I mean, yeah, Bungie's kind of shit now, but that's because the people that made Halo don't even work there anymore.
But anyway.
By the way, I want to make this point too. I remember Synthetic Man saying you need a good microphone. This guy obviously doesn't have a good microphone, like at this point in time. He's not very like he's somewhat articulate. He's definitely got an accent that's getting in the way with being very articulate. But I think people are just so subsumed in slop now. Like, they'll listen to this guy and they'll be like, yeah, this is right. And they all like dogpile this thing. Didn't realize how much I swear until I watched this back. Bit cringe. Also, my mic is awful. I record this on iPhone, LOL. So sorry about the mic peaking. Yeah, see, it doesn't seem to matter. The microphone thing doesn't seem to matter that much.
Here's the thing. You see, 343 defenders have this little thing that they love to pull out whenever you criticize one of them.
Master Cheeks is a normie. He's an atheist. That's what I'm getting. Except that he's still doing the us versus normie thing with the Halo fans or the 343 fans. Yeah, 343 universally hated by most of the fan base. That's why I'm questioning the us versus them narrative that this is positing.
The 343 games, a little secret weapon of sorts, a little something known as the Halo cycle, in which they claim that every game, including the Bungie ones, were actually hated at launch and are only liked now in retrospect, and so the same thing will eventually be said about the 343 games.
To that I say, you're a fucking retard. And a liar.
Oh, wow, got him. Got him.
Who's really bad at lying? Because you're retarded? No, by just using the internet, you can actually go back and see what the Halo community was like back then, in the good old days, and let me tell you, shit looks pretty fucking cool.
We had Red vs. Blue, we had Arby and the Chief.
I mean, what do we have now?
The only thing I know about there is Red versus Blue, but that got really bad over time. It has a bad history too, and people don't look at Rooster Teeth as fondly now. Rooster Teeth, extremely. So he's praising Red versus Blue. Does he not know the history of Rooster Teeth, or would he even care?
Red versus Blue. Also, no, I'm sorry. You cannot convince me that Halo 4 is considered a good game now. Like, if that's true, we're in bigger trouble than I fucking thought. Let me tell you, at no point have I ever had my mates round and gone, you know what, lads? I say we boot up a game of Halo 4. No, nobody in the history of the fucking human race has ever said that. Fucking hell. You'll get someone saying, let's play a game of Warzone Firefight on Halo 5 before they say Halo 4, right? Nobody likes Halo.
If you appreciate the original trilogy, you wouldn't even be talking about Halo anymore. This franchise would be dead to you. Well, see, I did play the original trilogy. I don't think it ever got better than 1, I'll be honest. Halo 2 was alright. I hated the fact that Halo 2 ended with a cliffhanger. But I also... I didn't like the fact that they took the story as seriously as they were taking it as well. I don't think they should have let you play as the fucking elites. Whatever their race is called. I didn't like the Arbiter. I think they shouldn't have had the Covenant speaking English. I mean, I know they. I think the grunts did, but that was more of a campy thing. It was more like a funny haha thing. But there was something campy about the entire game, the entire first game. Something it had this element to it where you weren't supposed to take it all. Like, you're supposed to take it seriously, but at the same time, it was like fun seriously. A little bit like, I guess a better, the best thing I could think of is like the Evil Dead or the Evil Dead 2. Yeah, the elites. Sang Heli. Is that what they're called? But I remember, you know, you have the Evil Dead 2, and that series where it got campy, but at the same time, you were never like thinking that Ash was never like you actually thought he was in real danger, right? It's that kind of thing where they were able to do a borderline. I'm not supposed to take this super serious, but at the same time, it's like the violence is. There's no hard edge to the violence. That's what I felt was going on in the original Halo. It's like an arcade violence.
Halo 4. Anyone that says they like Halo 4 is lying because they want to be a contrarian. The real Halo cycle is that 343 fuck up in some way, everyone gets mad at them, and then 2 days later they just go back to liking them again, and they'll...
Red vs. Blue was amazing until Ruby resulted in them splitting between 2 different shows. When you saw Writing Nosedive, and them became more feminist or safe woke. Yeah. You know, Lana Pierce was doing stuff with Red vs. Blue at one point, I believe.
Defend them against the haters, which is anyone that, you know, thinks a gaming company should actually be competent. Wash, rinse, retardation. Like...
Oh, yeah. Ambusher, I just wanted to, like, have another voice to bounce things off of. Just your own thoughts on this thing as well. If you wanted to join on the Discord now, if you're able to, you can. But Yeah, it was just to have another voice. Hey, what's up, Leaf?
Like, holy shit, the Halo fan base is so fucking spineless at this point. There's no wonder 343 haven't felt the need to actually fucking try for the past 10 plus years they've been in charge.
Yeah, so far all this video has been, though, is him just saying 343's trash, old Halo was good, over and over and over again. Which, okay. Can you tell me why? Can you explain things? Can you tell me where things went wrong and why things are this way? Or are you just going to keep on repeating that? I mean, I have no reason not to believe this is true, but at the same time, it's not really giving me any meat. It's just what is this? This is the affirmation bias. That's what this is. This is just consensus affirmation bias, surface level. Yeah, safe criticism. There you go.
Of this franchise, 343 have now had control over Halo longer than Bungie did, and they still haven't made a single game that remotely matches the quality of anything they did. The only thing that they sometimes do better is fucking graphics, which, should kind of be a given, considering the 18-year difference, but apparently sometimes that's a bit too much for them as well. Right, 343 were literally founded by Microsoft purely to make more Halo games, but for some fucking reason they had this stupid rule about not hiring people from Bungie. Which, why? Why would you not hire why would you go out of your way to not hire the people that made the games you're fucking continuing from? At this point, it feels like they even have a rule against hiring people who even fucking like Halo. I mean, one of their top guys tweeted this shit for some reason.
So he's not going to mention this? Is he? Let's see if he mentions that.
Oh yeah, I hate guns. I'm so glad I worked on this franchise and not one of the other ones. Good fucking...
Nope, he didn't even mention it.
Lord, what are they putting in the fucking drinking water over there at Microsoft, man? I've had moments I've struggled with Halo. Yeah, no fucking shit, mate. You guys had to live up to the pressure and expectations of actually making a good fucking game. This shit is already pretty annoying, right? But the fact that you're essentially forced to like...
This is the writing argument. That's all it is. This is the writing. He just ignored what was in that guy's profile, and now he's just narrowing it down to the writing. This is a critical drinker, centrist libertarian argument.
Like this pathetic company, lest you be labelled a toxic gamer, is just icing on the shitty mouldy cake that 343 have been reheating in the oven and selling back to their audience for over 10 years at this point. This weird obsession with forced positivity is some of the most embarrassing and pathetic shit I've seen from any fandom.
Yeah, if you are going to make a new studio game, why would you hire the old studio? Does he not understand, how that all works as well? Is he just going to say, see, it's normie tier surface level, we're not going to dig any deeper.
I mean, at least the Star Wars fandom are actually vocal about how fucking shit they're...
Give benefit of the doubt, this was before he became known for his takes, made Halo dubs. Okay.
Franchises now. There was even a point where 343 meat gobblers were going out of their way to make gay little complimentary comments about the game with a little hashtag at the end saying Halo positivity, in a sad little attempt to drown out the people who were pissed at a soulless company for their incompetence. Because, you don't want to hurt the multi-million-dollar company's feelings now. They might feel the need to put some actual fucking effort in then. Mate, come on, they're not even paying you to say this. They don't pay the people that do their own fucking jobs for them because they don't want to do anything that they can't lock behind a $20 paywall.
Everyone agrees the writing and characters are bad, Halo 4 onwards. Yeah. Well, that's what that's the thing I've heard, because again, I haven't played anywhere past Halo 4. I've heard that ODST was good. I know my brother was a big fan. He tried to purchase all the games, but I think he stopped at a certain point in time. I don't think he's still a fan now. But he would obsessively buy anything Halo, even the Halo Wars thing, and he doesn't really play RTS games, but he bought it specifically because it was Halo.
The modern Halo community is like the equivalent to a battered housewife who immediately forgives her unemployed abusive husband because he'll sometimes come home with one flower, and then ask her for 10 quid if she wants the rest of the bouquet. I mean, just for the sake of argument, let's actually compare what Bungie gave us in 10 years compared to what 343 gave us in 13 years. So Bungie, first off, we've got a masterpiece. A masterpiece. The Second Coming of Christ. Pretty good. Really good. Alright, now what's 343 got? Gay. AIDS. AIDS for the iPhone. Testicular cancer. A slap to my already cancer-riddled scrotum. An attempt to remake that masterpiece but just failed and made a slightly less bad version of the gay one. The Holocaust. Now, I know what you're going to say. Aren't you forgetting
Well, there you go. The Holocaust guy. He actually said it. And didn't censor it.
about Halo Wars 2? No! Halo Wars 2 was made by a completely separate company. A company who actually seemed to like Halo, and 343 just slapped their label on it for some reason because, I don't know, one of the guys helped move some of the copies into the moving van when they were shipping it off to retail. Now, 343 recently did something that people thought was impossible, what with them being a progressive modern game.
I've thought of making a video on Halo Combat Evolved, the first game, but the thing, you know what's funny is the things that people say they hate about it are all the things I love about it. Like they talked about like the repetition. To me, that was just the arcade experience. Just because if you play arcade games, you know, you play Tetris, you play Pong, you play all those games, those old games. It's repetition, but for Halo, that's something I enjoyed, was that you would go through one part of a level, and the enemies were pretty weak. But as you progressively got through another part of the level, enemies got a little stronger. They would throw new things at you. I think that was a good part of the game. So that's I don't mind that part of the thing that everybody says they hated. That's a video game to me.
Gaming studio, and so probably ran by a bunch of autistic people. They read the fucking room and realised that no one likes them. You see, 343 tried to pull a fast one on us by claiming that, 343 Industries? Those schmucks? Nah, they've gone, buddy. 3 of the people who worked there, they've left. We're practically a different studio now. A Halo studio, if you will.
Yeah, it was a good challenge. Something they did, I don't hear a lot of people commenting on for Halo Combat Evolved, was the very first mission. You know, you're given the pistol, right? You're given a very simple weapon. The pistol's probably the most versatile weapon in the game, because you could use it at long range, short range, and if you're a good aim, you can one-shot a lot of the the Covenant. Of course, not the elites, of course, or anything with a shield, but then they give you, you know, the Covenant weapons in the beginning, where you kill various Covenant. You get the pistol, you get to experiment with the pistol, you get to experiment with the plasma rifle, I think you even get the needler at the beginning. But that whole first level is just an experimentation phase, where you've got a bunch of new weapons you haven't used before. You're experimenting with that, and then you go on the surface, and then they give you, hey, here's the sniper rifle. You can use that. Try that out. And then around when you're starting to fight the Flood, they give you the shotgun. The shotgun is probably the most effective weapon against the Flood. And the whole the library too is part of that arcade that I talked about. The library is, we do one level, next level, next level. So it's like you're climbing a tower, and that's just part of the arcade. That's part of the arcade experience, is climbing the tower. And level 1 is easy, level 2 is harder, level 3 is even harder, etc., etc. So that's, and there was some anticipation built up. There was a lot of anticipation built up, because you know you're going on an elevator towards the next stage, So everybody who complains about how it's just all samey, it's just all, that's the stuff I love. Because that is the arcade experience. we give you the same thing, but we add a few little tricks here and there to kind of set you off, or to kind of throw you off the the sense of regularity. So yeah.
You see, they've replaced all the bad people. The bald freak, the lesbian, the
Oh, okay, so he's actually
goblin. They've all had the boot. Now we've got that bird from the Hunger Games.
Okay, so he's getting a little bit based here, but he's not really like putting his finger on the pulse.
The Netflix version. And this guy, I don't know anything about him yet, and he actually looks like a normal human being, so I'll lay off him for now. But I'm watching you, Pierre. Don't let me down, son. But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say in this video. You know, being a Halo fan is genuinely one of the most embarrassing things you can be in the gaming community at this point. Besides...
Oh, okay. Well, he was probably going to say something else, but whatever. Probably some joke at the very end. Alright, let's get... So here it is. Modern Halo fans are pathetic. Halo Studios robbed me in broad daylight. Halo's gone for now. So I think this is where... Look at that. 150k views. 17k. Well, this is obviously going to make some people angry. Whoa, 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 whoa. Most Jewish company of all time. So wait a minute. So he's just...
Well, would you...
So is this just instant? No. So he can't say what he's been saying.
Look at that, fellas. They've done it again. 343, I mean Halo Studios, have managed to once again take full advantage of how spineless and consumer-brained their audience is, with them now selling the Halo 5 Blue Team armor in a bundle for 3,900 credits. You need to spend $36 to buy this shit. You know, the 343 employees might not realise this, but for some people who aren't living off a Microsoft salary, that's the equivalent to an entire day of work. There are full games you could buy for less money, ones that probably also launched in a more competent state than Halo Infinite did. Remember, this is the company that were just so adamant they simply couldn't afford to pay a team of people that were probably doing more work than they do in a year. Meanwhile, they seem to think the average working class person can just hand over nearly $40 in exchange for some shitty armour. Not only that, they then have the fucking cheek to market this bundle as some kind of limited edition bargain. Oh, you know, $40? That's the cheap option, mate. What?
Now, is he complaining about this now? Because this was 1 year ago. Because that might be exceptional. The fact is, like, there's hardly anybody that I see who's in the normie tier who's actually complaining about this stuff. This used to be something that people complained about a lot. And then normies just decided this was just part of games. So now every game is released with this kind of stuff attached to it.
Price slashing, practically. If you don't buy it now, you might have to buy it for full price.
Master Cheeks is more so one of those centrists who got pushed out rather than someone who became based off his own choices. Most of the base stuff he says is just to be inflammatory, I think. Yeah, it's just signaling. Halo Combat Evolved did reuse areas of levels, but each section had a different enemy layout that made each enemy encounter very different. Yeah. The optional stealth section was pretty cool in AOTCR. AOTCR. Something else I wanted to mention, just because on the subject of Halo Combat Evolved and what I was talking about, its campiness, the entire end of the game, where you're driving the Warthog through Pillar of Autumn, what's really ridiculous about that is they turn the Pillar of Autumn into like this obstacle course for the Warthog ride. It's ridiculous because you think, who would make the entire ship's layout like that? It's entirely impractical, but you don't care because it's the finale of the game. You don't care that the fact that, like, why is a ship built to accommodate like a race course for the Warthog? And it's like, you don't think about it. It's just fun. It's campy, and it's a video game. The fact that the Warthog was indestructible in Halo 1, like, people don't think about that. Your Warthog was indestructible. It was basically a toy. Like, if you want to think of Halo practically, you're like, why don't they make everything out of Warthogs? Because it's indestructible. But it's like, no, you don't think about that because you're in a video game mindset. That's the way they should have kept things. It's like, why is Sergeant Johnson alive in Halo 2? Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Price. You know, I've been seeing a lot of white women TikToks on my feed recently, and I've begun to pick up on some of their lingo. Stuff like mom-coded, 90s coded, brat coded and such. Well, this behaviour is something I believe lands in a category known as Jew coded.
Hand over the schmeckles, guy. Your wallet was promised to us 300 years ago.
But once again...
Now, is he doing this ironically, or does he actually believe this?
Again, as is always the case with Halo, the thing that pisses me off the most isn't even the greedy multi-million-dollar company stuffing their pockets with the money of the working class. No, it's these absolute losers who genuinely think you shouldn't be complaining about these things, or some who even defend it because it's a free-to-play game. You know, that thing nobody wanted Halo to be because we knew it meant stuff like this was going to be inevitable. I mean, you've got this guy here who says, good skins, worth the price. Nothing different than some of the Fortnite bundles and COD bundles. Good art/work warrants a fair price. Alright, first off, just because another game is doing something scummy.
Yeah, he doesn't mean any of the base things he says. See, this is what is weird about him saying things like, hang on. So what did Brian send me? You don't want people so easily off-put in your audience. Also, I attract certain people that I definitely don't like being compared to because they actually are mentally raped over the woke stuff, like Synthetic Man and Andy Pants Gaming. Like, I'll make fun of how lame modern games are, but I'm not going to sit down and throw a genuine rager over it. Like those guys. I don't like how I'm automatically affiliated with people I find cringe, and how the people I find cringe also think I'm affiliated with them. Well, dude, then what are you doing here? Do you not mean that what you're talking about here? Is this all a joke? Is the Jewish thing a joke? Are you actually genuinely pissed off that the games are not what you like anymore? Halo Studios robbed you in broad daylight? Are we not supposed to care about that? Is that just like you being funny? Are you angry, or is this ironic? Is all of this ironic?
It doesn't mean now you can do it as well. Second, this isn't a fair price, right? This is a fucking outrageous price. It's $40.
Oh, is it outrageous, or are you just playing? Are you just funning?
Thirdly, what good art? Like, these aren't even original designs. They're just worse looking versions of armours from a game that came out 10 years ago. I mean, fuck me, the Master Chief armour isn't even accurate, because they already put his Halo 4 shoulder pads in a different bundle that cost $20. So they actually made the armour less accurate just for the sake of being able to charge you even more money. People genuinely defend this company, by the way. Then we get this person saying,
yeah, but who cares, right? Because you know, we can't throw a genuine rager, right? So who cares? It's just a company doing company things, right? We can't be angry, right? So what are you doing here?
Saying it's a free game. They gotta make money. It's not like this game gets prime Halo numbers anymore. Yeah, mate, because the majority of Halo fans left after learning that it cost a fucking grand.
Yeah, he did say brap earlier.
To unlock all the cosmetics at launch. And they only had like 7 pieces of armour back then. Most of which was...
He's a false prop. Hang on. He's a false prophet. He's felt it. He's afraid. Whoa, buddy! I don't know if I can actually mimic PPP's voice. What are you talking about? Whoa, buddy! Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can do that high-pitched thing.
It was just armour from Halo Reach, a game 343 didn't make, and a game that allowed you to unlock all of the armours for free. Then we got this guy saying, if you're a hardcore Halo 4 and 5 fan, then it is a good recommendation. And as you can see, every single hardcore Halo 5 fan liked his tweet. Then we got this person saying, genuinely, with how people treated Halo recently, I felt like this was deserved, Lamel. Overpriced, sure, but come on. What the fuck do you mean with how people treated Halo recently? This franchise has been rapidly decreasing for no reason other than the fact it's being controlled by a group of people who don't even seem to care about it and just see it as a piece of...
Yeah, is that a PPP-ism? What are you talking about?
Clay that can be forcibly molded into whatever kind of game was popular 2 years ago. Like, this company has managed to completely miss the boat 3 games in a row now, and each time it was something nobody was even asking for to begin with. Like, nobody asked for Halo to become a COD game with custom loadouts in 2011. Nobody asked it to be a COD game with loot boxes in 2015. And nobody asked it to be a COD game with a free-to-play multiplayer in 2021. 343 have been ignoring the fans for like 10 years now, alright? You can't exactly act like we're being unreasonable for not liking them. I mean, you know things are real bad when even...
See, after everything he says, it's like, but do you really mean that? Like, do you really have a problem with that? Like, do you really mean what you're saying here? Like how seriously am I supposed to take anything you say? Like, you're not really bothered. You're not really bothered like this. You want to be affiliated with people who take this stuff seriously, right? Nah, I don't want to be affiliated with people who really don't like this stuff. So, yeah, are we just not supposed to take anything here seriously?
Mint Blitz subtly implies that he mildly disagrees with 343's actions. For him, that's the equivalent of a full-on boycott, mate. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Maybe join my Discord or something, I don't know.
Oh no!
Actually, maybe don't. It's a little bit racist right now, so you might want to wait a bit.
It's a bit racist? Do tell. This is a long end screen. Okay, let's look here. So most Jewish company of all time with the Star of David. Halo is gone for now. Our Halo is a living hell. So let's see. Is he going to talk about Reddit?
Reddit, the birthplace of autism. Let me tell you, this website's inception was like the internet's equivalent to when we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. Except instead of giving everyone in the vicinity severe burns and radiation poisoning, just gave them all fucking autism. The people that use Reddit are a vile, near subhuman race. They are all atheists, because they understand that no god...
Wait a minute. Someone said he's an atheist too. So wait, is he... Okay.
God would ever put someone as wretched as them on this earth. They do not speak our language. They do not understand our customs. They converse in tongues, using words like heckin, doggo, or updoot to communicate with one another. This language barrier often leads to them completely misinterpreting what the average Down syndrome...
The impression made you laugh. I should do voice work. Yeah.
child could easily recognize as an obvious joke.
So he is an atheist, so he's making fun of himself here? Like, what is he doing?
This video will act as a perfect example of just how
Look at these Redditors, they're all atheists. Like me? What? Huh?
mentally unstable Redditors truly are. So, I made a video, actually I made 3 videos talking about different things I hate about modern Halo. One about the overall current state of the series, a follow-up responding to the Twitter spurgs that didn't like the fact that I had a different opinion to them, and a third video, the worst of all, talking about the obscene prices of the latest slop to be added to the FOMO-reliant hit.
This is giving me what's the guy? Worth a Buy. This is giving me huge Worth a Buy vibes, where he's saying all the right things, but he's actually not based.
Halo Infinite store. The thumbnail of said video included a very triggering, extremely harmful, damn near apocalyptically catastrophic phrase Yeah, I called Halo Studios the most Jewish company of all time. Did you get it? You know, because it's like a stereotype, isn't it, that Jews like money. You know, it's not exactly like a dehumanising stereotype, is it? It's just kind of a funny little joke that pretty much every human being on the planet has made at some point. Now, assuming you aren't a Redditor...
But what if you wanted to dehumanize them? Would that really be so wrong?
You can probably also tell that this is a fucking joke. However, as I already mentioned, Reddit is riddled with the tism. A common side effect of which is the inability to understand when a...
See, I don't make too many... I made one video on Reddit, but I don't make too many commentaries on Reddit because it's very easy to make fun of them. See, this is the thing about commentary that I like or... Like, for me, I like or dislike. If you tell me something I already know, or that everybody already knows, I don't... It's not engaging to me. Tell me something I don't already know. There he goes with the disclaimers. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too.
A person is joking unless they attach this to the end of their post. And so...
Wait. That's exactly what you did, though.
To understand when... riddled with the tism. A common side effect of which is the inability to understand when a person is joking unless they attach this to the end of...
Yeah, but you just did that, dude. You just did that. You had to explain your Jewish thing.
Their post. And so, they bravely took to their favourite Halo subreddits to warn everyone that Hitler had just been revived, and he was coming after the Jews. The Jews saw this and said, "This is clearly a joke, mate." To which the Redditors said, "Shut up, you big-nosed kike!" Let's take a look at what these creatures said. Okay, so we got this guy first saying, "I just watched the video and it's nowhere..."
He didn't censor that either, so that's interesting too.
Near as bad as the thumbnail made it out to be. He spends most of the video criticising 343's greed and the people who defend it. He makes one edgy joke in the middle of it, and that's about it. To which this guy basically just says, "I don't care, I've decided..."
So he was quoting somebody, so it's not him saying it technically.
He's racist. This guy then calls him a pussy. Then we got these guys saying,
"Christ, the anti-Semitism is just so blatant now. No attempts to hide it or anything. The comments are even worse. This is disgusting."
You know, with the way this guy's going on, you'd think he'd just seen like a live leak video or something. We then get this man, who is clearly very, very Jewish. And he says he finds the video funny. So Reddit downvoted him. You see, Redditors don't actually care about the people they claim to be defending. They just want a reason to call somebody else a racist, a homophobe, or a transphobe. It's purely...
Well, yeah, this is good commentary. This is good commentary. I don't know how much of this he actually believes, but this is good commentary. This is true.
Formative outrage for the sake of outrage. You know, because they're just miserable people.
343 haters don't be a weird right-winger bigots challenge. Impossible.
I like how you could say...
So he's definitely... So again, I don't understand this. I do not understand this. You're positing something here. Is this... What is this then? What is this? You're noticing? Because you are noticing here. So how are you noticing and then you say something like this? I don't get it. I do not get it.
Say absolutely nothing political, but as long as it's something someone on the far left doesn't agree with, you automatically become a right-winger for some reason. I suppose that's why you never see them accuse paedophiles of being part of the alt-right. We then have people advocating for the reporting of videos that include jokes they don't like. You see, these people looked at their Reddit Gold Awards and went, "That's not enough. Nah, I also need to win the World's Biggest Pussy Award too if I am to be properly satisfied." Then we got this guy saying,
"This guy is just a..."
I think Jews coming to his defense is not the flex he thinks it is. Yeah. This is reminding me too of, remember when people on Reddit and X, I guess it was Twitter at the time, were posting Synthetic Man's content, and he was responding to that, and that kind of pushed him into popularity. So this is how he's getting pushed into popularity. He made this joke, quote, joke, in his thumbnail about Jews, and then it got put on Reddit, an X, and now everybody's like talking about it, and so that means he's getting engagement as a result. But unlike Synthetic Man, instead of saying, no, everything I said was serious, I think he's now reneging on all this stuff. Basically saying, like, I said all this stuff, but I don't really mean it. So he's a coward. That's what I'm getting. Like, you said all this stuff? You're talking about Redditors this way? Do you actually believe what you're saying? And based on this, I guess he doesn't actually believe what he's saying.
The generic far alt-right 4chaner. Skull emoji. He was literally quoting white supremacists, but the race part changed to Halo fan days.
Yeah, mate, that's the joke. That's it. Was that bit too highbrow for you? Went over your head? What did you think it was like an actual call to action or something? Do you think I was converting the fucking gamers into becoming radicalised anti-Semitic sleeper agents?
No, he just defeated everything there.
Was that more believable to you than just, this person's probably just fucking having a laugh? Also,
it's not about converting people to becoming radicals. Like, what the fuck, dude? Just stand by what you said. You're not making a call to action. You're just noticing shit.
Like, are they using 4chaner as an insult? Meanwhile, he's saying this on fucking Reddit of all
places. Like, do you hate what's going on with Halo or not? And if you do, try to figure out where, like, that's coming from, why that is, and tell people about it. Like, it's as simple as that. When people get angry, be like, yeah, look, see, these people who are getting angry, you notice what the kind of people they are, the words they use. That's all you have to do. But instead you backtrack and you're like, oh, it was just a joke. Okay, so it's not serious? So everything you said, everything you hate about modern Halo is just a joke?
Then we get...
Nope, nobody... See, I'm analyzing this 1 year video ago. And he's got, what, 72 subscribers. He's kind of pushed himself up into the algorithm. Nobody noticed this? Do people just shut their brain off, or are they just really just, you know, normies who don't think about this stuff? It's like, yeah, I hate what they're doing to my modern franchise. Oh, really? Do you? Oh, don't hurt me. It's just a joke. Okay, so you love it. Right. Just buy the next product, Goy. Just buy the next product. We know you're gonna buy the next product.
Get this guy replying to him saying, that, and I
Egad, he was not making fun of atheists. He said Redditors are atheists because they understand nothing higher up would ever intentionally make something ugly like Redditor. All he said was Redditors are atheists. But I can see what you're saying there, yeah.
Despise British YouTubers. Voices like his remind me of nails on a chalkboard. Oh, okay, so if I make a joke about a pretty tame stereotype about Jews, I'm a racist. But if you just flat out say, I hate Brit...
Own it, dude. If you're being racist, just own it. Just do it. Say, okay, I'm a racist. Now what? What are they going to do? What are they going to do to you?
British people. That's fine, apparently. Also, you do realise that a large...
Yeah, so play them out their own game. They say they hate British people, and that's fine. Okay, you say that. I'm going to say I hate whoever I want. Jews, black people, whatever it is. You think it's fine. I think it's fine too. Now what?
The majority of the people in the part of the UK where I live are actually Muslim, right? Why'd you...
Just do it.
You hate Muslims so much, buddy? It's a bit uncalled for. Then again, you are weirdly...
No, it is called for.
...defensive about people making fun of the Jews, so... Yeah, I guess it makes sense. And then, like a little callback to the Twitter response video, someone says, yo, did you watch the video?
What he's doing here is a tried tactic, which is kind of... it's not based at all, because it's exactly... It actually works into the narrative, which is DR3, the Democrats are the real racists. He's basically doing that. And it doesn't work because your enemy doesn't have any problem being racist. They have a problem with you being racist because you have been guilted into thinking racism is bad. And they're going to use that against you. When's the next Fandom Pulse article? Look forward to your writings all the time. I might produce something here in the nearby future. Not sure when. I was writing an article. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Actually, you know what? I'll take a little break from this real quick. Because I was going to make a video on this. I probably still will. It was just a short script I had written. And I haven't really edited it too much, but give me a second. What do I have? Oh, there we go. Alright, let me find this real quick. Oh, is it still on? Still have it in editing. That's the thing, I hadn't edited it, so... I might have to, like, do a, what you call it? Power imbalance? I'm looking at old scripts I had written. I got a ton of scripts that I need to edit through, and I was thinking, should I just turn my channel into, like, I put up a PNG and just talk over the PNG? And maybe that's what I'll have to do. But, it's not what I want to do, but just given time constraints. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this was a script I had written. Or kind of a draft, but here it is, guys. Here's a lesson almost no one will teach you. Discrimination is not primarily an expression of hatred. A lot of people want you to think discrimination is an expression of hatred, and that's why it's bad. It's not. Discrimination is the ordinary result of people who act on patterns they have observed. It is pattern recognition. When you have groups who differ in reliability, if they have different modes of aggression, different modes of time preference, they make errors differently, they do things incorrectly differently, then you're going to get people who are rational. Rational people need to update their behavior accordingly. If you pretend that differences do not exist, that doesn't make the costs disappear. What it does is it transfers those costs onto two kinds of people in society. The first one is people who refuse to notice. And the second are people who have been carefully taught not to notice. Because they know that noticing would get them labeled as racist. Is it supposed to be on the screen? Nah, I don't want you to see the script. Because I'm not reading it verbatim. I'm just kind of reading it based on kind of how I would say it. What replaced open pattern recognition is a system of what I like to call managed fear. You get accusations of racism or bigotry, right? They carry heavy social weight. Everybody knows this. They may even carry legal weight. So the penalty for being labeled racist is higher than the penalty for, just poor performance or open hostility. So you have an asymmetry there, an asymmetry. There are people in society who become very expensive to confront. So if you are in any business now, basically any Western business, you learn this lesson quickly. So here's the thing that I've learned just based on my particular experience working where I'm working at. To survive, you need to hire individuals who can speak and act in ways that would get others fired or sued. And you do that precisely because the risk of pushback has been lowered on those people. Hey, Cooler. What's up, man? So I learned this firsthand. I'll tell you a story. I think I've told it before. The place I worked at earlier this year, I don't work there anymore. I work at a different store, but most of the customers I worked with were boomers, right? They're boomers. So do you know what I did? I have to hire people. Actually, I have to hire people right now, but I hired a black woman. A black woman with a disability. You know why I did that? I did that for a very calculated reason. She has protected categories. So I knew if I was working with boomers, her protected categories will make it that much harder for customers to refuse any sales pitch. They won't push back against her. So you guys see, though, how the social cost of appearing racist or ableist works in my favor there. It works. It creates insulation. So she can approach people and close sales in ways that will be riskier or for someone who doesn't have that status. Well, now what this is called is reverse discrimination. This all rests on the idea that every non-white race possesses only positive traits unique to them. Now, the thing about that is the claim is still racial essentialism. So you still treat an entire race as a carrier of a preferred characteristic, whatever it is. But you see, we grant this because it's framed as a positive, right? But here's the logic, though. The logic remains the same. The individual is still reduced to the group. So if we say black people are good at this, Asian people are good at this, etc., we are still reducing them to a racial characteristic. So even though it's positive and people like it, it's still racist. Now that mode of thinking still insists that only positives may be assumed, right? But that isn't logical. Because if positives exists, then negative ones must exist as well, right? You can't have a positive without a negative. But you're always told negatives are forbidden. You can't talk about the negatives. The positives are celebrated. Negative, no, that's bad. That's condemned. And what's funny is the people condemn the negatives as racism. They call it racism even though the positives are also racism. So what's funny is people are given permission to be racist as long as it's positive. Now that whole argument I just talked about, there's a further collapse you see when that uniqueness is taken seriously. If black people possess something like, say, Latinos don't, then Latinos lack that, right? So if they don't have that, that's inherently negative by definition. And the same applies in the reverse direction. So you can't really celebrate unique group strengths without implying that they also have deficiencies. So the whole ideology I'm talking about now, you forbid the second half of an observation while demanding the first half of an observation. So you don't have this anti-racism. Anti-racism can't exist. What you have is a selective racism. And it's a selective racism that also protects itself by punishing anyone who completes that whole logic, the whole circle of logic. So when I talked about my company, we captured the benefit of, I captured the benefit of that insulation, the system that has created. We created this system here. And who absorbs the cost? Again, the people who absorbs the cost are one, the people who refuse to notice, or the people who have been carefully taught not how to notice. Everybody who takes advantage of people who will cave to guilt, to being called racist, as soon as you know that that's how the game is played, like that's the first step to you actually achieving success in the market. Unfortunately, a lot of normies, they're raised inside a new moral code. They were told that if you notice things, pattern recognition, That's moral failure. They basically said that's moral failure. So you have a lot of people who just suppress what they see with their own eyes. They override their own data collection faculties. It actually will kind of drive you insane. And what they pay the price in is they lose money, they lose their authority. All their standards become eroded. And the ones basically who refuse this, like if they do start to notice, they have to face like social exile and maybe even professional risk. So you kind of gotta like notice but not act like you notice. You just gotta kind of play the game. But this is the practical environment in which everybody now operates right now. Your survival in any market requires that you see this incentive clearly. You need to refuse the racist rules that are protecting the game from you. You need to judge. You can't judge individuals only. That was never absolute in practice. It was never absolute. It should be, by the way. Ideally, it should be. But that ideology cannot survive when every institution right now has made it their business to ensure that certain identities are now liability shields. You cannot survive unless you play that game. You need to realize, again, hey, I need to hire somebody. I need a sassy black woman to talk this customer down because this customer's being ornery. Who do I have? Should I get this white guy to do it? Nah, he'll be accused of racist. So let me get a sassy black woman to talk this customer down and call him a faggot. Because nobody's going to accuse the sassy black woman of being racist. That's how the game is played. You can't pretend otherwise, by the way. People are going to pretend otherwise. You can't. But yeah, that is how the game is played. What else was I going to talk about? Okay, here's a second one. I'll probably turn this into an article on Fandom Pulse. So I was listening to a stream by the YouTuber Wargaming Dad. He was talking about the Birdman. I made a video about the Birdman, the black YouTuber who talks about movies, I guess. This is similar to a Blizzard live stream where the host are two women, so if there's any criticism, it means you're transphobic or something. Yeah, it's fear-based. Do you know what's funny? Okay, so I'll just go back to that real quick. If it's fear-based, okay, if you want to convert someone to an ideology, would you rather them convert to it like convince them, or would you rather them submit to fear? Now, both can work. You can do like a Machiavellian thing, but preferably you would rather someone be persuaded than just they do it because they're afraid of the alternative. So this whole racism thing is we need to convert people based on fear. People who probably are already converted. We need to keep them like corralled by fear. So we have a bunch of dumb sheep. So you have that, and so that's what everybody uses. It's actually Dave Green talked about it, where you actually got to kind of challenge it in your own way, kind of frustrate them, and it might get you banned or whatever. But it exposes them too if you're able to expose it a certain way, because they have to admit that they're using fear tactics to make you submit to something. And they hate that because they don't want to be exposed for having done that. They want to make you think that their ideology is persuasive and it's just common sense. But if they're using fear tactics, it's funny because they're basically being the kind of people they say are evil, the authoritarians. But they're being authoritarian. They're like, you need to submit to this, you can't criticize women because if you're transphobic or whatever. Oh, I don't want to be labeled transphobic. Oh, I'm afraid. So I'll submit to you. So how are they not authoritarian at that point? But anyway, here's the other post I was gonna make. It was like I said, I was streaming, listening to Wargaming Dad, and we were talking about the Birdman, right? Birdman was actually caught berating people on camera. He was berating a service worker at Domino's Pizza. He was using his voice. He prides himself in his voice. And now he's using his voice to deride a service worker at Domino's, right? Okay, so when you're listening to somebody talk about this, the usual round of derision follows, right? And this happens, by the way, with every Kino Casino stream. We're talking about somebody, we call them whatever it is. They're a bully, you're a small man, you're a disgrace, whatever. Then the conversation in the Wargaming Dad stream shifted toward further detail about how the Birdman had minors in his Discord. And those minors were likely being exposed to egregious pornographic content. That was the same thing that was happening with Skitty Bitty. It seems to be that leftists like to do this. But here's the frustrating thing, though. When people talk about these things, what people do is they like to go with accusations of hypocrisy, right? Hypocrisy is a very common accusation, and it's a good accusation to lobby. But here's the problem: is accusations of hypocrisy go hand in hand with the fact that you criticized other channels for doing this. You said these things, and now you're going against what you said. And you feel good for exposing that, right? You exposed the hypocrisy, you did all that. The moral work is done. You shamed him, right? No. That assumption is the problem. There was a time. See, this is another problem with the Kiwi farms right now. This is something that Null is probably going to have to deal with the Kiwi farms. There was a time when shame functioned as a real social technology. If you caught a person doing certain kinds of conduct, you should say, they could be made to feel the weight of your judgment because they had a conscience. They feel it heavily, right? And they know their behavior is costly, right? So they believe in something, like they believe in reputation, right? They don't want to be ostracized. So the knowledge that other people now saw you differently because of what you did, well, that could change whatever they do in the future. So the problem now, though, is that shame doesn't really work. And it's also applied unevenly. It had teeth at one point in time, but it doesn't anymore. You can't really extract a price on people who they prefer not to pay that price again. Some people it works, and they actually might have a conscience. But if you don't have people who have a conscience, shame doesn't work. I think the whole shame mechanism that we used to have on the internet, it's been breaking down for a long time, and a lot of people just don't feel it anymore. They can't be made to feel it. I think that's why a lot of people on the Kiwi farms in particular go after people on the right and not so much people on the left, is because people on the left don't really feel shame for what they do. People on the right do, so it's easier to manipulate and shame them, and that gives you power. But this whole ritual of exposure that people do, it's becoming more and more temporary. The whole outrage cycle has a dwindling half-life. It's just going down, down, down. And so all these platforms that amplify all this condemnation. Another problem is they reward the whole performance aspect of it. So when it becomes more and more a performance aspect, it becomes less authentic. I think people realize that too. If the whole shame ritual becomes more performative, it becomes less authentic. The more shame is applied, then actors will start treating that shame as proof of their authenticity. They think it's free advertising. So I think a lot of the way the drama cycle functions right now is the social cost that used to be there has completely evaporated. So some people will look like they're performing accountability, but they're really not producing it. So you're going to get a lot of leftists who do that. But yeah, the Quartering is still making videos. He gets less views, but he still has an audience. His canceling did damage, but didn't end him. Yeah, if you see that the cost isn't there, it makes you question whether or not the whole ritual was worth it. The whole act of doubling down, it just begs the question, like, what did we do? What did we do? Did it work? Why isn't it working now? Well, your target has demonstrated the strongest available social weapon that you had on him doesn't work anymore. Like, what do you do at that point? You accuse someone of the very behavior that they condemn. I think here's the other thing is, for people who are fans of whoever it is, what if they don't care? In other words, it's more content. It's more fuel for outrage cycle that we're profiting off of, right? You're just informing the target that his critics have exhausted their most effective rhetorical maneuver, which is shame. So you exhausted it. Now what do you do? If we're going to, by the way, the whole centrist libertarian type of engagement, I know the familiar move for centrist libertarians is they've been treating public embarrassment as a primary instrument of correcting somebody. You know, you got a Google Doc, right? You got a Google Doc. Oh, we're going to read the Google Doc. We're going to amplify every ugly moment that happened with people. And the expectation is that they're going to feel the pressure, right? YouTubers do this, like the whole FNT crowd, a lot of these centrist libertarian types, they do this too. They're like, if we just shame Disney, if we just shame whoever it is for making this crap that we have to consume every day, sometime they're going to feel the pressure. All this social disapproval, it's going to work. They're going to apologize to us. And it never happens. So you've lost your main capacity for leverage. You've realized your opponent can't be reached with feelings of shame. So what happens now? What happens when people you're trying to shame have already demonstrated they cannot or will not be moved by it? Well, then you're demonstrating in public that your strongest available tool doesn't work. You're showing them there's no social penalty, you have no force. Their behavior is going to continue. It's going to escalate because it's negligible. You can't shame them. The centrist libertarian has no answer to this. They continue their performance, right? But I think it more exposes just how impotent they are. they have a preference for this symbolic victory, but there's no actual constraint going on. And people have this faux satisfaction that comes as a result of the condemnation, but you haven't changed anything. None of these platforms have withdrawn what they were doing. People actually double down on the rules they enforce. So what replaces it? I guess that's the question, is what replaces it? Force is what replaces it, but nobody's going to use Force. That's the problem. Nobody will use Force. And they know nobody will use Force. But anyway, that's me soapboxing. That's some scripts and stuff that I had, like, unedited. So let's go back to Master Cheeks. All right. So he started Starman interview. So he did a little commentary here and there, and then he went back to his own to his memes. Halo YouTubers he could beat in a fight. He put the Actman there. So was he trying to reach out to the Actman? Or 42k views. The game that ruined Halo, 358k views. Okay, let's look at this.
Halo 4, the best game of all time. Some might say peak storytelling. You see, nobody really cared about Halo until this game came around. Honestly, it's a mystery how Bungie were able to crank out 5 full games before 343 delivered this masterpiece and launched the series into the public zeitgeist. Okay, I'm not going to keep up this act anymore, mainly because there's already like 5 videos on this game that unironically start like this, alright? This game has been sucked off to the nth degree. Halo 4 is quite possibly one of the most unenjoyable, miserable, visually abhorrent games I've ever played. And the worst thing of all, it's a Halo game. Can you imagine going from nothing but back-to-back classics 5 games in a row, only to be suddenly met with this? This game is so unbelievably bland and unremarkable.
I keep on hearing good things about this Cortana design, though. And, this whole interaction between Chief and the other guy was like, people loved that. But I haven't heard really much else about this game.
That I couldn't even finish my parody dub series about it on YouTube, and judging by the views compared to the previous dubs, I don't think the people cared that much either. Halo 4, as we already know, but it feels obligatory to mention for these types of videos, was not made by Bungie, the people responsible for all the good Halo games. Instead, this was the first game produced by the now infamous 343 Industries.
Cortana booty plus the breasts.
A game studio that became so despised that they've now changed their name to look like a new studio because like 5 of the main people there left and got replaced with, well, these things. 343 had no
What are those things then? You gonna go into that? You gonna actually talk about that? Or is this just a joke?
Interest in following in the footsteps of Bungie. No, in fact, a source came out and said that they actually went out of their way to reject former Bungie staff members who applied to join the company. And who did they hire? They chose to specifically hire people who didn't like Halo. Could you imagine how shite it must have felt for the...
Who were these people? Why did they hire people who didn't like Halo? Why did they do this, Master Cheeks? It's just bad writing, or are we just going with the bad writing argument?
People from Bungie who tried to work at 343. You've spent years working on one of the most beloved games of all time, and now the company are moving to new projects, but you don't feel quite ready to say goodbye to the franchise yet, and so you offer to join the new team who are working on it to give them some guidance, only to then find out that this new team absolutely despises you and are gatekeeping your own creation from you, only to then rub salt in the wound by proudly saying that they're actually only hiring people who think your past work was absolute dog shit. 343 as a company.
See, he's never going to make the argument that the reason people do this is because they've been educated to do this. This is the Marxism, the cultural Marxism working its way into your narratives. And they purposely try to deconstruct, even though it's not the actual, like, real deconstruct, but that's the whole point of art now, is no, see, you're stupid, gamer. The things that you liked, you're wrong for that. But we can tell you why you should be liking this. So what we're going to do is deconstruct the things you like, and ensure that you are convinced that, oh, I was wrong about liking this because I have certain archetypes in my mind that are true. I believe in family. I believe in male and female. I believe in all of these absolutes. And it's like, no. It's like, you need to believe that male and female are just choices. They're fluid. Family is a fluid. Family doesn't actually exist. None of these things exist. There's actually no definition for any of these things. These are actually constraints, Goy. These are actually things that tie you down and limit you. So we're going to go into your video games and we're going to teach you how to really think about things. Because the way you think destroys your ability to, it limits you, it destroys your ability to evolve. So you need to evolve like an actual human being and start reforming your entire mode of thinking. Get rid of all these stupid categories that hold you to the ground and start believing in nonsense that doesn't actually do anything, because all we do is the opposite. We don't actually know how to create anything because evil doesn't know how to create anything. Anyway.
From its very inception was built on nothing but malice and spite. Hell, the guy who was in charge was basically just Bungie's fucking social media guy, alright? It's no wonder he went mad with power and didn't want any of the actually talented people from Bungie also joining and showing him up in front of everybody. But that's beside the point. This isn't a video ranting about 343, because, to be honest, I don't have the energy to edit a video that long. And also, this guy's pretty much said everything that you could possibly say. So instead, let's get into why Halo 4 absolutely sucks and isn't deserving of the weirdly high levels of brown nosing it's been getting over the years. So, first off...
Yeah, I'm serious 100% all the time. Very woke. Who coined the term gender? Yeah. It's male and female, it's sex, not gender. Gender should be relegated to grammar.
This game's very existence is a problem. Not the existence of another Halo game, no. It's the existence of another Master Chief-centric Halo game. There's a reason that the last two games Bungie made after Halo 3 were stories about completely new characters with Chief nowhere to be seen. And that's because Chief's story's just kinda done after Halo 3. There's no reason to bring him back. Regardless, Master Chief is back now, which completely undermines the circular structure of his...
He needed a hero death. They're not going to give it to him, of course, because your heroes are no longer allowed to die. But at a certain point, Master Chief needs to die, and he needs to do something incredibly heroic and die. But they never did that, and it gets more and more ridiculous. But I think if they're going to create a trilogy, Halo 3... they should have written some case where he has to make the ultimate sacrifice and die. That's the best way to have your hero go out.
Story in the Bungie trilogy, but who cares? So the game's only just started and already something's off. Everything looks awful. Yeah, Halo 4 was another victim of that trend in the early 2010s where everyone making an adaptation or sequel to an older franchise were apparently too insecure about the source material, so they felt the need to make it look epic and badass by basically just making it as overly detailed as possible and sucking all the colour out of it.
Yeah, the original Transformers was great, but yeah, as they continued on, it was like... it was just slop. Just more and more slop.
Like, holy shit, look at the elites. I mean, I know it's hard to, but look at them. Yeah, due to an increased budget from Microsoft, the Covenant models not only got increased polygons, but also extra chromosomes too. Anyway, the game begins with a cutscene that,
And I'm not being dramatic, literally has nothing to do with the rest of the game and is never revisited again. Dr. Halsey has been interviewed by someone, again, we never get any conclusion to this cutscene, where she's been...
I'd never thought about this, by the way, is the fact that Master Chief is genetically altered, the same with all the other Spartans. Like, Halo can't be as popular as it is unless both, like, people on the right and the left are playing it and love it. I've never seen any leftists talk about, like, why Halo is right wing or whatever. I don't think a lot of people on the left have signaled hatred towards the Halo series, which means they must like it, or they don't mind it to some extent. Do they have any? This also is interesting for, like, Captain America or any like Marvel hero that they want to identify with. These people are genetically altered. They're made to be better than regular people. I don't understand how leftists just kind of let that go, but they do, and they identify with some of these things, even though it goes against their whole like, can't be special, you can't be unique. You're part of a hive. You're part of a collective. How does that work? How do they reconcile that? They don't, by the way, because their whole ideology is flawed. I'm going to talk about this in my next video, with, like, why a bunch of leftists like they identify with Spider-Man, right? Synthetic Man has a commentary on Spider-Man for the same reason, is that Spider-Man appeals to leftists because of he's a hero for everybody and everybody can identify with him. But I think there's some further stuff to that, which I'll go into that in my next video. But it's strange that leftists want to identify with a hero who is only a hero because of some genetic alteration that happened. I think it's actually an admission, a tacit admission that they don't really haven't really addressed. What is funny about that, I'll give you a little spoiler for what I'm talking about, is that you notice how in the modern Spider-Man he's got Stark tech? I wonder if that's actually a tacit admission that a lot of this leftist fantasy about how the world works can't work unless you have some kind of corporate hand guiding it. Because that's what happens with these radical leftists or these anarchists who want to change this stuff. They actually can't function unless they have corporate influence, either guiding them or paying for what they need to do. So it's like the huge irony. It's like, okay, so you want to fight the power, but the power is giving you the power to fight the power, right? So, like, how does that work? Well, they don't really reconcile it. They just kind of deal with it. So they pretend, they LARP as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but they don't really address the fact that no, Stark is giving you all your tech. Like, how do you reconcile that? They just don't. So,
been asked about the creation of the Spartans, specifically the Master Chief. We then get what would have been a really awesome opening if it wasn't for the fact that the art style is abysmal and doesn't make any sense timeline-wise, because 343 decided to use the designs of the Covenant from this game instead of the original Covenant, who they're supposed to be fighting at the time this cutscene takes place. They also made every Spartan identical, which wouldn't be a problem if they didn't use the Halo 4 Master Chief Mark 6 armour. Armour that not only didn't exist back then, but is also a uniquely modified version of said armour. I genuinely do like this cutscene from a conceptual standpoint, but it's just 343's lack of attention to detail and laziness by not...
No, it's cinematic, like Redditor Marvel shit. The Master Chief wouldn't be doing all these flips and shit like that. It's just ridiculous.
Not being bothered to create new assets for the sake of accuracy that just kind of ruins it all. It'd be like if in that terrible Obi-Wan Kenobi show, when they flash back to Order 66, if they just had Anakin already wearing his Darth Vader suit for no reason, despite it taking place before his battle on Mustafar.
I disagree with that, by the way. I think Anakin should have wore the Darth Vader suit. The only thing I think they should have removed in earlier Star Wars was the mask. I feel like all Jedi should have worn a suit like that, armor. Because they're Jedi Knights, they should have worn some kind of armor. I hate in Star Wars the whole, we're wearing robes. I think they all should have worn some kind of armor. They're Jedi Knights. I think the Darth Vader suit should have been like a version of the armor that Anakin wore at one point. And the only difference is he wore a helmet that did not have the mask, and later when he injures himself, that's why he has to have the mask. That's all I think that they should have changed.
Anyway, the cutscene ends on a admittedly pretty hype line about how Halo is a pretty cool guy who kills aliens and doesn't afraid of anything. We then cut to the Fallen to Dawn, the wrecked ship that Master Chief and Cortana got stranded on at the end of Halo 3, where we see Cortana and... Alright, listen, I know current 343 have basically tried to gaslight us into believing that women don't exist anymore, but let me tell you, they absolutely fucking cooked on the Cortana design in this game.
Yeah, see, that's what I keep on hearing about Halo 4, is like the design for Cortana was very pornographic, to put it bluntly. And Obi-Wan put some clone armor on? Yeah. I think that should have been normalized. I know they did that a little bit with the Knights of the Old Republic as well. They had armor underneath their cloaks. But, yeah. Anyway.
So Cortana wakes up Master Chief, which, again, with all due credit, is done perfectly.
Wake up, Chief. I need you.
The first level to this game is actually pretty fun, to be honest. It's not above any of the previous game's levels, but it's basically just a, for the time, modern version of the opening to Halo CE, just with one awful change.
Chief, be careful! Because some areas might have lost pressure.
Right.
Yeah, so for some reason 4.3 had this weird obsession with adding these tedious sections where you basically do quick time events, with quick being a bit of an ox.
Well, he didn't mention the other obvious thing, which is this is a Redditor. That was a Redditor moment. In reality, she probably would have warned him before he actually opened the door, but she didn't. So it was more like, oh, Redditor moment, he opened the door, and oh, be careful, blah, blah, blah.
Oxymoron, because these completely kill the pacing. Originally the game would have just said press X to activate something. Now instead you just have to sit through a 10-second animation of Chief actually pressing the button for immersion, I guess.
Oh, do you know what? This is the exact scene that was made fun of in Doom 2016. This whole pressing these buttons and listening to all this shit. Remember, he just takes the screen, smashes it, and goes into the elevator? So, yeah. Yeah, so Doom 2016 made fun of all this.
Anyway, this is where we first encounter the Covenant. How do the Covenant still exist after we pretty definitively defeated them in Halo 3?
I thought we had a truce with the Covenant.
A lot can happen in 4 years.
Jesus Christ, this might actually top the "a wizard did it" explanation from The Simpsons. A line which was specifically written as a parody of lines like...
Oh, so that, yeah, this is good. That's good commentary.
This. And somehow this is even more laughable than that. Could you imagine if Tolkien wrote a fourth Lord of the Rings book where it has Frodo and Gandalf coming back after 4 years, only to find out that Sauron is still kicking?
Chad Jew, I like to log on to my alternate account, which is warpudding64, and then make comments in my chat to myself in order to make sure people realize that that it's not me. Obviously, that's what I do.
Kicking a bar, and Frodo goes, "But Gandalf, how is Sauron still alive? We saw him blow up in the last film, remember?" And Gandalf just goes, well, a lot can happen in 4 years, Frodo. He came back because of the passage of time, you see. If you actually want to know why we're still fighting the enemy faction that we defeated in the last game, you'll need to read an entire book about characters that you don't care about.
But they added
to know what's even happening in Halo 4. Now, obviously, this isn't so confusing to the point where it makes Halo 4 impossible to follow. But God, I hate how we're only 5 minutes in and the game essentially tells you that you have to approach the game with a turn your brain off mindset. Also, no, we didn't have a truce with the Covenant. We defeated them. This is like Han Solo learning about the third...
Why would... I guess I haven't seen it. You just, yeah, it is a hand wave. A lot can happen in 4 years. We're not going to tell you anything, though.
Just ordering going, I thought we had a truce with the Empire. You had a truce with the elites because they left the Covenant as a result of inner conflict. God, I miss how well written Halo 2 was. Now that is a Halo game deserving of praise. For some reason, 343 also thought it'd be a good idea to make the Covenant no longer speak English. Something that hasn't been a thing since the very first Halo game.
Well, see, that I prefer that.
Except even then, the grunts at least still spoke English to
Yeah, because the grunts are allowed to speak English because it's fun listening to them whine and cry as you kill them. But the other ones shouldn't do that.
Provide comic relief. But now even they just have this weird goblin speech like the rest of the Covenant. This sucks. All you've done is remove a part of the charm from the old games, and we're not even through the first level yet. Anyway, the Dawn and the Covenant fleet get sucked into that planet that we saw at the end of the Halo 3.
Yeah, so they created a cinematic movie game shit in Halo 4.
Legendary ending. Chief wakes up and Cortana's been all glitchy. We learn that Cortana has reached AI Unk status. Okay, nah. I'm gonna make an effort to not speak like a retard for the majority of this video. Cortana's reached the ripe old age of 8 years old, which means that she's not only on Drake's watch list, but she's also the pensioner age for an AI, which means she's only got a short amount of
Drake, well, what about P. Diddy?
Time left before she fully deteriorates. Already I'm just not a fan of this. About 70% of Halo 3's campaign was us trying to rescue Cortana after the events of Halo 2. And now, in the next game after only one level, you find out that she's going to die in a few days anyway. Also, I just want to get something out of the way real quick. So, apparently Cortana's rampancy was written in a way that was inspired by the lead writer of Halo 4's experience with Alzheimer's disease.
Her rampancy? Her rampancy? What the fuck?
With a family member. And look, I know this sounds mean, but just because your inspiration behind something is sad, it doesn't suddenly make it profound and well executed. It also just doesn't excuse the fact that they basically retconned what AI rampancy is in the Halo universe for this one story.
Oh, is it her turning evil then? Okay.
Oh boy, I sure hope there isn't something else that they decided to retcon that would also retroactively damage a previous story in the Halo franchise. So Chief wanders around for a bit until he ends up in not Khazad-dûm from Fellowship of the Ring, and they encounter the Bayformers rejects. I hate the Prometheans in this game, not only because they're a complete shorter fight, but because they also just fucking look stupid, man. They don't remotely resemble the Forerunner aesthetic from the original games. From what little we saw, the Forerunners clearly had a very minimalist, emotionless style when it came to their designs. So who's the edgelord who designed these while everyone else was busy building the Halo array?
These are
I mean,
Necrons.
look at them. They've got a fucking evil skull face on them.
It's
Why?
Necrons.
What, did they think it'd intimidate the Flood? A hive mind of space zombies? This is almost immediately followed by Chief encountering the leader of this planet, the last surviving Forerunner known as the Didact. Alright, now I want you to remember, the Forerunners were this mysterious ancient race that were built up all throughout the original trilogy, with it eventually being revealed that the reason only humans are able to access their ancient tech is because we actually are the Forerunners, having been re-evolved from scratch after the Halo array wiped everything out. So, what does our first ever example of a living Forerunner look like?
Oh my goodness!
What the fuck? Yeah, never mind. Turns out they were just 9-foot tall vampire people all along. A common cope among 343 defenders is that the Didact isn't actually a regular Forerunner and has actually mutated himself from multiple experiments to try and alter his biology in order to find out a way to become immune to the Flood. But that's just bad storytelling. You don't introduce the audience to a new race of beings by first showing us the weird one, especially since we have nothing to compare him to yet. And even then, this just turns out to be the fans bending over backwards and making stuff up before their eyes, because later on we see the Librarian, who also looks like a complete freak of nature as well. Anyway, I'll admit some of the Didact's dialogue is pretty cool. He constantly sounds like his words are being ran through ChatGPT with the prompt, make this line sound more sophisticated.
Oh, so he's referencing ChatGPT So yeah, July 18, 2025. This was a year ago.
Experience.
So
that checks out.
fades the great harvest of my betrayal.
But then it's completely ruined because despite talking like an intelligent villain, he acts like a complete moron and does that stupid trope where the villain could just easily kill the main character, but instead chooses to just throw them against the wall and allows him to escape after immediately stating that killing him would make his plans a lot easier.
This tomb is now yours.
So gotta like talk about like they're doing the villain thing where I don't just kill you, I just throw you across the room, and you can recover and fight me again. He did this twice, by the way. This whole big ending.
After Chief's plot armor allows him to escape, we meet up with the UNSC Infinity, a ship that got stranded here due to that same weird tractor beam.
Making the Forerunners their own race is a terrible decision. Well, I think there was a thought that they would actually like do that. But yeah, I can understand that too, and Marty O'Donnell also like said that the Forerunners were actually human. But yeah,
thing that sucked the dawn into the planet's surface. We then meet probably one of the most widely disliked characters in Halo.
Oh, I wonder why.
Thought you'd be taller.
Now look,
Star Wars line.
Sarah Palmer is a bad character. That's indisputable. But
okay, are you gonna talk about why?
No, it's not because she's a woke
Oh no!
feminist girl boss.
No! So this was a year ago. Why did nobody notice this?
Nah, she's just fucking boring and lame.
Oh, it's the writing, guys. It's the writing. He's been doing this for one whole year. He just did the thing, guys. It's not because of the obvious things that I notice. It's because of completely different centrist libertarian Redditor bullshit.
Yeah, I imagine this line she says to Chief was probably meant to be more of a bantery tease, but it's just so awkward that it just kind of feels bitchy, and I can
Oh, he's doing the Redditor thing. He's now doing the Redditor thing. He is now a Redditor.
See why everyone had such a knee-jerk reaction to her, considering that she does nothing else to give us any idea of her personality after this one cutscene. The only thing she does in the entire game is make a joke about Chief that just doesn't remotely land, and then she just occasionally stands in the background for the rest of the story. If they wanted to make this scene work a bit better, maybe...
Oh no, let's fix the writing and justify it.
Maybe they should have had Palmer be the one that Chief is talking to on the radio instead of Lasky. That way the two already have at least the slightest level of rapport before she meets him for the first time and makes this joke, which is basically the only thing she says to him for the rest of the story. But yeah, I don't hate Sarah Palmer, I just don't remotely care about her.
Oh guys, it's it was in the cards the whole time. So he doesn't actually notice. This is the critical drinker all over again. The only problem with this character is not everything that's absolutely obvious to everybody. She's just badly written.
Because she's boring. You know who else is boring? Lasky. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if I'm going to give nothing but my unfiltered opinions in this video, then I'm also going to say what nobody else has the balls to say for some reason. Lasky is fucking boring. This character has nothing interesting going for him, at least within the story of the game. He's literally just a random guy that pops up in a few cutscenes to talk to Chief. I'm convinced the only reason that people like Lasky is because he's basically the only character in the story who...
Exactly, yeah. He ignored pattern recognition. The answer was right in front of him, and instead it's like, oh, I can't be... See, he was in the previous videos talking about, like, Jews and being racist. Now it's like, oh, no, I can't talk about what's the real problem is. I've got to say it's just the writing. It's just the way the woman is written is wrong. That's the only problem with it. They would see the most beautiful woman being trans and say, now the fact this character is trans has nothing to do with why the people had a problem with this character. It's the right... Yes, exactly. Yeah. So that's...
who actually respects Chief for some reason. If you put Lasky in one of the Bungie games, he'd be the most forgettable character there. He's a character who's only remembered as a good addition to the cast because everyone else was so unlikable that it made him likable by...
Yeah, this seems more like I'm hiding my power level and not like what I'm interpreting it as. No, I disagree.
Proxy. Anyway...
I think he is afraid of saying the things that you need to say, which a lot of people are. This is centrist libertarian bullshit.
You then get to meet one of the aforementioned unlikable characters, Captain Del Rio.
Maybe what he's saying is that the character isn't woke, feminist girl bras. Problem is that the character just sucks and has a Reddit-esque personality. No, the problem is you're putting a woman in a role where women do not belong because women should not be in these roles. Period.
This character is fucking terrible. So, Del Rio's only purpose in the story is to temporarily stop Chief from completing his goal, only for none of it to matter because he then gets ignored anyway. He literally has zero impact on the story other than threatening to have an impact on the story, before immediately
A lot of people loved this moment. I know this. If you get recommended videos for Halo, like this is one that keeps on popping up.
Failing to do so. 343 Meat Riders will try to tell you that there's a law reason for why he's so ridiculously uncooperative and incompetent, but none of this is explained within the actual game he's introduced in. If I have to read a character's Halopedia article prior to playing the only game they show up in just to know who they are, then you've failed as a storyteller. Anyway, after a few more boring missions, Chief encounters the librarian, who's basically a ghost. I don't know if she's meant to be an AI or something, because the only explanation we get about this and how she's able to talk to us is,
I am what remains of the Forerunner, once known as the Librarian. My memories will retain to assist humanity on their path to the mantle.
The entire cutscene is literally just one big exposition dump. Turns out humanity was at war with the Foreigners. You know, those people that Halo 3 revealed actually were humanity prior to the Halo array basically resetting the universe back to the Big Bang. She then says that after a fucking millennia of fighting, they then realised that humanity were actually just running from the Flood the entire time. What? You're telling me that over the span of...
I can't remember, weren't the Floods supposed to be if we're going by whatever, okay, I'm making sense of whatever the universe, because I don't know exactly what timeline they're going with, but I thought the Flood were like, if we have a petri dish, if the Forerunners have a petri dish where they're trying to create life, the Flood are basically the rejects, right? That's what I thought was going on. Like, humanity is like, here we perfected whatever it is, and the Flood are just all the rejects.
Thousands of years of war. Humanity just never tried explaining what they were doing. This is just...
The problem is that the character is a woke feminist girl boss, but he's either too much of a coward to admit, or he sees no issue with being her. Well, no, see, this is the cow. Yeah, exactly. He is too much of a coward to admit this. See, you notice things. Everybody noticed it. The people who kind of notice it, I would even say the whole girl boss thing is also a cope. You're putting a woman into a role where she doesn't belong. That's the problem with it. And you're doing this because you're justifying an ideology which perpetuates this idea that this is what women should do. Here's the problem is, nobody actually ever argues women can't do things because some women can. That's never the problem. The problem is, should women be doing this? And the answer is no. And it goes beyond like the fact that they're not biologically adapted to these roles. But if you were even to look at this in a spiritual sense, is women shouldn't be in these roles, because women, like true femininity means they aren't going to be violent and do these things. So it's not a question of like ability, because women in some roles, women have demonstrated that they can do certain things. The question is, should they? And the answer is no.
Me trying to guess the reasoning here, since it's not actually explained, but I'm assuming humanity was wiping out all these different worlds before they could be assimilated by the Flood. which is just beyond.
Yeah, them being treated as equals is absurd. It is absurd. Because men and women are not equal. By design.
Retarded. So you're telling me that after thousands of years of fighting, nobody thought it'd be more efficient to try and work with these advanced alien races and try to find a way to combat the Flood together, instead of trying to literally wipe out the entire universe?
Most of the other female Spartans in Halo work in intel roles, non-front things like being a sniper. Even that, though, the problem is still, you would not waste resources making a female Spartan. Because she would necessarily be weaker than a male Spartan. Because men are weaker than male Spartans. So even going by the logic of the universe, it still doesn't work. What do I think about the Sisters of Battle in Warhammer 40k? Same logic. I have problems with Warhammer 40k, by the way. I don't think the Imperium are the goody two shoes that everybody says they are, because they still sacrifice people to the Emperor. I don't believe the Emperor, by the way. I think the Emperor is actually a chaos god. I think he's the chaos god of death. But nobody really addresses him as such. But I think the Emperor is not what everyone says he is. But the problem with the whole Warhammer 40k universe is that it's more based in, I guess, like a Pharisee kind of logic. It's like purity spiraling. That's all it is. There's actually no point in which anybody can be redeemed. Chaos in general exists because people exist. But yeah, so. But I've actually written an article on Fandom Pulse about that as well. There's a lot of problems with the 40k universe even before it got changed. I don't think it's as based as everybody thinks it is. I still enjoy aspects about it, but I've a lot of problems with it. So.
Just so another alien race doesn't do it first. And guess what? The Didact then did go on to basically find a way to combat the Flood. Turns out the Prometheans are actually humans whose consciousness was digitized and trapped.
They praise a false god, for instance. I don't know enough about the lore.
Inside robot bodies, since the Flood can only assimilate beings made out of flesh. We then find out that Chief is basically the Chosen One, 4 games into his story. And it also never comes up again after this one. This has got to be the lamest version of the Chosen One trope that I've ever seen in fiction, and it's already a really lazy trope. Basically, all of the stuff that you did in the original trilogy was nothing but a side story, and this is what it's actually all been leading to. You know, despite having zero build-up whatsoever.
War, I don't think I'm popular enough for that, but I don't know.
Because it wasn't actually planned. The Librarian then gives Chief this upgrade which makes him immune to the Composer, which is the name of the machine that the Didact uses to turn people into Prometheans. So essentially this cutscene only exists to explain why Chief doesn't get composed with the other humans in that one cutscene that happens later on in the game. I mean, I'm pretty sure people would have been fine just assuming that his armour protected him or something. I mean, that's what I assumed the reason.
Sorry, it just said her face melted off.
Reason was when I first played this game because I wasn't really paying attention. I mean, in the actual cutscene, you see.
Yeah, it makes no sense for Empire to send women to the front lines. Exactly.
See his energy shield.
Makes no sense for any Empire to do that, which is why a lot of people don't. Like we do, and it contributes to a lot of problems.
Flicker, which implies he's taking damage despite now supposedly being immune to the Composer. So again, this cutscene serves no purpose. After a few more boring missions, Chief returns to the Infinity to warn everyone that the Didact is going to leave the planet and probably...
The Chosen One tropes also devalue the... Oh, shit. I clicked on that on accident. Did I...
Something. I mean, that's what I...
Clicked on one of the... I have a bunch of tabs. Okay, so anyway, the Chosen One trope... Yeah, it retracts all the achievements. It makes it seem like, yeah, it does that too. But it also, I think that's all wrapped into the whole idea of agency that you give your character. Because if he's chosen, it makes it seem like, this was all destined anyway. Nothing you did was actually, like, exceptional.
I assumed the reason was when I first played this game because I wasn't really paying attention. I mean, in the actual cutscene, you see his energy shields flicker, which implies he's taking damage despite now supposedly being immune to the composer. So again, this cutscene serves no purpose. After a few more boring missions, Chief returns to the Infinity to warn everyone that the Didact is going to leave the planet.
Well, I kind of hate the only reason I hate the Chosen One things is because you front load, you kind of make people, your audience aware of the author's hand in things. In writing and stuff, you don't really want to do that. So you kind of set things up beforehand where you've tailored the audience's expectations. You've lessened the burden on the audience to think that your main character won't pull it through. Because if he's the chosen one, you kind of, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, he will.
And probably use the composer on Earth. And to the surprise of absolutely no one, Del Rio just doesn't believe him for some reason. No, literally.
Actually, here's a good example of that, by the way, is if you've read The Hobbit, you might think that Bilbo is the chosen one, right? With the ring and all that. But the beginning of the Lord of the Rings with the Fellowship of the Ring, that's not true. He has to give it to Frodo. And arguably even Frodo isn't the chosen one because he can't do it alone. He has to have Sam to help him. So that's the other thing too, is like you're not really told there's any chosen one to do this. So it makes the stakes even that heavier, because you're like, oh, will Frodo pull it through? Maybe Bilbo will do it. Oh, Bilbo isn't the one who does it. Maybe Sam will do it. Things like that. So, yeah. Female Spartan, even if she represents the top tier of human female, will still be weaker than a male Spartan. Correct, yeah. He represents the top tier of human male in almost every metric. Right. Yeah, there's no point to wasting resources on a female Spartan. Unless breeding. Unless you want to breed superhumans, then yeah, maybe you want to do that. But not for war.
Actually, there's no reason for why he doesn't believe him other than just...
You're making that up.
Is this literally all the writers could come up with? Why not have a scene of Chief having his helmet cam footage reviewed by Del Rio, only for it to be reviewed?
Red Jer has far less subscribers than I do. He's the entire reason this drama is even happening. Oh, yeah, with his clip. Well, yeah, someone going to his clip channels, right? But at least he's stopping the memes, right? I was subscribed to him once, but now I'm subscribed to Strife, because I don't think Strife is keeping up with the Synthetic Man clips. I haven't seen anything from Strife in a while. But I'm not subscribed to Red Chair anymore. Because I got tired of those cartoons he was doing.
Revealed that all the stuff with the librarian was actually some sort of telepathic vision and therefore doesn't show up in the helmet cam footage. That way it would at least make sense as to why Chief just isn't believed in this scene, but no, there's just nothing. He just basically comes in and says, yeah, that enemy on this hostile planet that we've already established exists, yeah, he still hates humanity and he wants to wipe out humanity, and then Del Rio just goes, well, that doesn't sound like him. Chief, are you telling Pokey Pies? Genuinely, it would have made more sense to pull some retarded
Pokey Pie? What the fuck?
Plot twist that Del Rio was actually a double agent working for the Didact this whole time. Because all of his decisions feel like they're done with the sole intention of making sure the Didact wins and they lose. So Del Rio basically says, no, we won't stop the Didact, who you've just told me is getting ready to leave so he can destroy Earth. Instead, I've decided we're going to go back to Earth, have a pint, and wait for all this to blow over. I just want to once again remind you that Del Rio is not actively trying to help the Didact here. No, this is just his genuine plan for what he thinks they should do in this situation. Cortana then starts glitching out and it's just kind of awkward. Like, the way she delivers the line makes it feel like there should have been some big sound effect at the end, like maybe an EMP pulse to go with the little shockwave thing she makes, but there isn't any. So it's just kind of awkward. I know I'm nitpicking here.
Porcupines means telling lies. Oh, gotcha, okay.
I just always found this scene really goofy whenever I played Halo 4. Anyway, Del Rio, this...
I'm not up to my British lingo.
time actually somewhat understandable, says, right, this bitch is
Porcupines in a bag of how droll is it?
fucking crazy and a liability. Pull the plug. Chief obviously refuses to let this happen and tells Del Rio to fuck off. Chief then goes to the hangar and we get a pretty decent scene of Cortana monologuing about how she can tell the planet's artificial sun isn't real due to a bunch of techno jargon, but she has no idea if it actually looks and feels real to a living being since she's just an AI. There's no wrong with this scene, but it's just another one of those moments that people on Twitter seem to think is the pinnacle of deep storytelling, when really it's just another cliche scene of a robot lamenting that it doesn't know what it's like to be a human. It's then followed up by another scene which the Twitter side of the fanbase love to suck off, and again, it's just fine. It's not deep or profound, it's just competent storytelling.
Before this is all over.
So all he's doing is like, this is all just the writing. Nothing else.
Promise me you'll figure out which one of us is the machine.
Lasky then shows up and gives Chief a pelican to go and fly after the Didact. Again, Lasky is a fine character, but he's not interesting. His only personality trait is being the only guy who listens to Chief. He has no actual agency or defining traits without Chief himself being there. Anyway, what follows is probably the most miserable part of the whole game. So far. You basically fly in a straight line until you reach one of these big tower things.
Yeah, it's just, it's just, he was talking about all these other characters are boring. Well, he's boring. Like, this is boring. Just a normie surface level review of a game that, it's a consensus opinion, basically.
Go inside.
This guy is fake edgy for views, isn't he? Yeah, exactly. He was just, like, the whole Jewish thing, too, but he's just going to blame the writing. He's not going to notice, like, why they did the whole feminist thing, the feminist girl boss thing. No, we can't do that. That's too offensive. 2025, by the way. 2025, a year ago. So this was after the whole, this was after Dragon Age the Veilguard. This was after Dustborn. And he still has this opinion.
Fight a bunch of Prometheans, get back in the Pelican, fly to the next big tower thing, wash, rinse, repeat. Chief then skydives out of the last tower, and this would be a pretty cool scene except for this one really awkward moment where he activates his jetpack and it just kind of looks like he farts to slow his descent. He then boards the Didact's ship as it leaves to go and find the Composer, which is located on a UNSC research facility. Chief gets inside the facility, but it's too late and the Didact composes everyone inside. Again, this scene is pretty cool. The build up to it is pretty intense, with Cortana constantly spazzing out and costing you valuable time. So Cortana's guilt and almost trauma
Get to watch her ass.
reaction afterwards makes sense. I also like our Chief just pushes it all to the side and focuses on continuing the.
Why do people even like Synthetic Man? He just seems physically and spiritually weak. At the same time, egotistical, talking about how only he can be the noticer. Yeah, we should purity spiral, guys. We should purity spiral. I think that's what we should do. Who should we start with? We need a purity spiral.
Mission, which is in line with the thing Cortana said earlier about how Chief is.
Should be just like all the other leftists on Blue Sky and just purity spiral. I think that's what we should do. That's great thinking.
Ironically, the more robotic of the two. They then get in another ship, and this is truly the most miserable part of the game. This whole level is just you flying in a straight line. It's basically like one of those turret sections in every COD game, except somehow even less fun. Chief then fights.
That's like the Death Star. The Death Star run.
It's the Didact, and it looks like he's about to die, but Cortana pulls some magic bullshit and manages to restrain him, and fuck me, man, it looks so goofy, dude. The way they're all jumping and shit, it's just so silly looking. Chief then kills the Didact, and the day is saved. But unfortunately, Cortana isn't coming back with Chief because, I don't know, she's dead now, but somehow still has enough time to talk to Chief about it. She can even touch him now, so I'm not sure how this is meant to be her dying. None of this makes any sense.
Welcome home, John.
What does that mean? We're in the middle of space. How is he home? He's about as close to home as he was at the beginning of the game. This game is...
She didn't touch him, though. She touched his armor.
clearly written by one of those people that think that just being vague and nonsensical automatically makes
Just like summary style reviews that focus only on writing and games. Right, yeah, it's just surface level. None of this is interesting.
you deep and thought-provoking. Listen, your story forcing...
I guess it's interesting for normies who don't like to think deeper than surface level critiques. Who don't want to have their minds changed. They just want to have their opinions affirmed.
me to think doesn't make it smart if the only reason I'm thinking is because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're even waffling about. Otherwise, Benji the smackhead who lives down the road from me would be considered this generation.
Synthetic Man is genuine. That's more you can say about most tubers, to be honest. Yeah, I think he's... he doesn't do the affirmation bias consensus opinion stuff. So even if you disagree with him, which I do on several accounts, I won't go into that though, because other people do that all the time. So it's more worthwhile to agree with them and make those kinds of people angry for just agreeing with them. But yeah. Yeah, hold on, Cortana. Let me get this armor off, right?
Socrates. Also, I can't help but just kind of laugh about how overdramatic all this is when you remember that Chief and Cortana have only known each other for a total of 49 days. And that's including the original trilogy. Cortana isn't Chief's oldest and closest friend. That would be Blue Team.
That's weird, dude. I just got Pragmata vibes from that. People were talking about how Pragmata is like the peak of this like male fantasy, like the pinnacle of it. No, it's been going on for a long time now. It's like, hey, your waifu is this holographic woman you can't interact with. She's basic, yeah. So she's got the huge titties and everything, and the huge ass that you can watch, but she's not real. But that's your woman, guys. She's not real. You can't touch her until she's about to die. Then she'll touch your armor, but she won't touch you. But we've got this romance between your self-insertion and the woman you can't ever actually be with. You can look at her, but you can't actually be with her.
Or Sergeant Johnson. Cortana and Chief haven't even known each other for a year. So it's just kind of silly how they're trying to act like this is some big emotional moment of Chief having to let her go, followed by his world literally crumbling around him. Yeah, I know, they thought they were really clever with this symbolism, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, no sex, no children, you never grow. She's a program.
We are obviously attached to Cortana because we've known her since 2001. Chief has known her for less than 2 months. So Chief's left floating in space.
It's still an emotional attachment to an AI, though.
Until he gets picked up by the UNSC. He then stands on the bridge and he and Lasky have a chat, with Lasky trying to comfort Chief.
Chief, I won't pretend to know how you feel. I mean, I've lost people I care about, but never anything like you're going through.
Remember, he knew Cortana for less than 2 months, and she wasn't even a real person. I do like this...
It'd be funny, Chief was like, well, she was a toaster. That would be base.
Scene, though, of Lasky reminding Chief that soldiers are still people, and therefore so is he.
And soldiers aren't machines. We're just people.
She said that to me once. About being a machine.
It is kind of interesting to see a moment where Chief doesn't have to do any...
What? That doesn't even make sense, because that was never a narrative. There was never any narrative about, like, it's like, oh, well, what if men are the real monsters? Like, what the fuck? I hate the fact that they wanted to make Halo this deep. It was missing the point. Like, Combat Evolved was never like this.
Any fighting, and he can actually reflect on all the stuff he's been through over the years. Too bad it won't be expanded upon in Halo 5. The game ends on a cutscene of Chief returning to Earth and finally removing his armour for the first time in at least 4 years. And all I can think about is how much he must fucking reek. So yeah, that was Halo 4. Yeah, it's still a pretty awful Halo game.
Chief Jackson in the suit, will Cortana get pregnant?
For every one thing I can say I like about this game, I can probably list about 5 other things that I don't like about it. I like that Chief was given a bit of depth and complexity. I don't like that they changed the art style, retconned the Forerunner reveal from Halo 3, made Cortana feel like a needy girlfriend, relied on forced melodrama to push the...
This is his newest video, right? By the way. I'll just look at this real
This
quick.
might be the worst cutscene in all of Halo. All right.
This is most recent video, and this is definitely like clickbaity with the Epstein stuff. Okay.
So this is from 343's latest cash grab, this time disguised as a faithful remake of Combat Evolved. Alright, so first off, we just have this like actually atrocious animation. I don't know who they hired to animate this, but it looks like actual dog shit. Every character moves like that one guy from Food Fight.
May I help you? You must be Leonard, the manager.
So Chief and Steve Harvey are shooting these Covenant soldiers who decide to just stand out in the open.
But by the way, these animations are weird in the new Halo. I noticed that too, but yeah, whatever.
Instead of taking cover, which just makes these two look even more.
The consensus opinion seems to be that this is not a good remake. Which, okay, fine, whatever. Nobody's going to talk about anything else that matters, though.
Competent, given the fact they still don't manage to hit any of them. Then we get this weird attempt at a creepy shot of this prophet coming in, followed by dialogue that... And I'm not sure exactly what it is about it, whether it's just the delivery or the framing. But this legit feels like I'm watching one of those theme park rides where they have a little story on it and pretend you're helping.
Well, I'll be damned. What's a prophet doing here? Beats me.
Whoa, what's a prophet doing here, Sergeant Johnson? I don't know, Chief. Can you tell us why the prophet is here, audience?
So, instead of just immediately shooting this paraplegic ET looking bastard, they let him stroll in on his space wheelchair and do what the hoodweebs call aura farming. Also, because it's a Western video game, even the aliens gotta have at least one cunt with vitiligo.
Hold your fire, my children.
Why the fuck did you two also stop firing? Shoot this dickhead immediately, don't let him start monologuing.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, demon? Had you and your companion given word of your arrival, I would have arranged a tour.
I think we've seen enough already.
Dude, don't talk to him, just fucking shoot him. Could you imagine if SEAL Team 6 went down to Tatooine and...
Yeah, so they're doing the Marvel stuff, right? So
as soon as they found Bin Laden, they just hit him with
You aren't gonna get away with your dastardly schemes this time, you rogue. Me and my crew are here to stop you and avenge the people who died on 9/11.
And then Bin Laden replies with...
Man, these animations are weird. You're not going to talk about how diverse Marines and girl boss... yeah, right.
Some fucking...
You foolish American dogs. You see, the reason I did the 9/11
Can
is
you stop
because
milking
when I
the scene, though?
was a small child...
Here you can observe the true beauty of the Covenant. Our collective strength a reflection of each member's devotion. The tenacity of the Ungoi. The cleverness of the Kigyar. The Sangheili, long our partners since the Writ of Union, the burning edge of the Covenant's blade.
Why is he introducing each species of the Covenant like they're characters in a live service
because this
hero
is
shooter?
for this is for
Covenant
audience of normies. Like, this is all expositional. This is not. This doesn't make sense in universe. It makes sense for an audience who likes having their lore knowledge affirmed by characters in the lore.
They make up for in muscle, but under...
Yeah, so this is, hey, let's do a Wikipedia thing.
Our guidance, my guidance. Their rage can be controlled.
The brutes are so inconsistent when it comes to their intelligence, alright. 343's own little OC Atriox is supposed to be this 500 IQ battle strategist. And now they're saying his entire species are just a bunch of Down syndromes and the Covenant have just found a way to weaponize their retard strength. You know, maybe you could have done this, like, I don't know, 3 minutes earlier before he introduced every member of the crew like a gay little theatre kid challenging you to a rap battle. Fucking hell, man. Do you remember when the elites were expert warriors? Because I don't think...
Dude, we're at the end of the video.
343 does.
We're at the end of the video.
Halo 4. The best game.
What the hell? What the hell? That's the end of the video. What the hell is up with this thumbnail? What does that thumbnail mean, dude? This cutscene's awful. Let me put the word pedophile and Jeffrey Epstein in the fucking corner, dude. Like, what the hell? I'm gonna get a drink and a snack. I'll continue, like, covering some stuff. Yeah, what a larper. What the fuck, dude? Alright. Give me a second, guys. I will be back. Find a good... Let's see.
How do you want it?
How does it feel? Coming up as a nigga in the cash game, living in the fast lane, I'm for real. How do you want it? How do you want it? How does it feel? Coming up as a nigga in the cash game, living in the fast lane, I'm for real. Tell me, how do you want it? How does it feel? Coming up as a nigga in the cash game, living in the fast lane, I'm for real. How do you want it? How does it feel? Coming up as a nigga in the cash game, living in the fast lane, I'm for real.
How do you want it?
How do you want it?
Turn around. Turn around.
How does it feel?
Back up.
Coming up as a nigga in the cash game, living in the fast lane, I'm for real.
Right there, right there.
I was raised as a youth, so you forgot the scoop on how to get a bulletproof. Sex busting off the roof, and when I was a teenager, mobile phones, sky pager, game rules, I'm living major. My adversaries is getting worried, they paranoid of getting buried. One of us gon' see the cemetery. They wonder if my lifestyle's changed, and am I through with all the pain? Survived and in this game, and still the same. Honey, just meet me at the strip club, bring a thong. Look how they shaking for that cash, once again it's on. I had no sympathy for those afraid of mystery. Come get with me, I promise passion and ecstasy. I'm alone, can I come over there tonight? Depend on me, the one to handle it and get it right. Your body is banging, baby, I love the way you flown it. Time to give it to daddy, shouldn't have tell me how you want it. Yeah, come on, yeah, how you want it.
All right. We'll get right back to it then. Oh, no. All right. Okay. This. Let me look at some more stuff that was sent to me by Ryan C. This one. Put this back up. This is a community post. This is the previous one. Whether you agree with either agenda is irrelevant. Neither of them actually care about Halo. They only care about how they can utilize it to push their message. The fictional character wouldn't agree with you. He's a fictional character from a franchise that has nothing to do with your political agenda, unless you intentionally strawman both of those things to the nth degree. Yeah, the Chief is just a reactionary, guys. What are they? Well, let's see what the comments say. What? Guess there's a bit of raped in all of us. Best way to win the game is never even play it. I don't even know what one or the other has to do with another. Also, technically being gay doesn't make you immediately left-leaning, you're just gay. Wish everything didn't involve politics, but I guess rainbows suck or something, I don't know. Master Cheek says, you can also be gay without putting it in games that have nothing to do with homosexuality. See, it's just, it's all a matter of whether it's well written, guys. It's not, let's just take it out altogether. It's like, hey man, it just doesn't belong here, but I had no problem with it personally. Why does it matter? Don't think games should be pressured into doing it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. What? Oh, look at this. Historically, this is what's proven to be false. Were you getting dunked on too hard in the other pin? You can't pin two comments, mate. So he actually responds to comments. Very based. You control the flood you destroy. Dame funny. Political influences should come and serve the Halo saga. What? Halo owe Washington and their pet projects nothing. That should be the one and only criticism we should all understand and voice. Enjoy the game or get lost. This is the whole, by the way, the escapism problem. Where this is my escapism. I don't want to exist in real life. I want to exist in my video games. When in all reality, I think Master Chief would be pro-ICE because what isn't the UNSC or the UNC or whatever it is supposed to be an outcropping of like a Western empire? I don't know if it's necessarily United States, but retconning the Forerunner not to be human is like reading the entire Old Testament of the Bible and then concluding that this Jesus fella you've heard about is totally isn't the prophesied Messiah. I remember this guy. Yeah, people like the ice one. What does he think John is, though? Like, aren't these Spartan soldiers? So aren't they following like the command? Like, don't they have a chain of command? So I don't understand like why this is bad. He probably thinks it functions. I wonder if he thinks it functions like Assassin's Creed, where it's just like, oh no, Master Chief has his own moral code. So I don't think that's ever how it functioned. All right, what else did he send me?
You begin life hatching from an egg. As part of your species' cultural practices, you have no idea who or what rank your father is. This is to prevent you from receiving any kind of nepotism growing up. Once you reach
are these the elites?
Adolescence, you train to become a soldier with your other fellow Sanghili. Your species is by far the most intelligent
the Sanghili
in the Covenant military, with your language being favoured as the religion's primary form of communication due to its advanced and sophisticated lexicon.
What?
Since you're basically an 8-foot-tall dinosaur, you only really have two things to worry about. That one really tall human in green armour, and the brutes, who are technically your allies, but they're not exactly the most honourable species. In fact, there comes a time during the final days of the Covenant where the brutes begin to turn on the elites, and an all-out civil war begins. With the Covenant actively imploding, your species decide to leave and side with humanity to speed up the process. There was also this whole thing about you finding out that your entire religion was a lie, and that made you kind of mad at the Covenant. By the time the Forerunners' chosen people have been defeated, your people vote remigration and take back the Holy Land and establish a new government, much more in line with your original culture pre-indoctrination. So yeah, that's how your life would go. Assuming you didn't die at any point during the war, which, to be honest, is a much more likely outcome.
Okay. What was the takeaway from that? You animated that, the Act Man? Did the Act Man do the noises? I don't get it. Is it because he's with the Act Man? Yeah. Wow, they're not giving him any wiggle room here. Can't believe the Act Man took time out of your busy schedules, shilling unfinished games to voice a random Sanghili for 2 seconds. My respect for Zem has risen tenfold. Yeah, Act Man is basically the wall, yeah. You really decided to collab with the Act Chill. Oh, look at all these. This is great. Do you even know who your audience is? Ooh. No. But does his audience know who he is? That's a better question. Yeah, completely blind. Of course, if I had been watching his channel, that one video that he made a year ago, that would have tipped me off. But I guess these people aren't as attentive. This wasn't even funny. Like, where was the joke in all of this? Like, that was like completely... What the fuck, dude? Bugman dystopia, but manly. Does Act-Man hate the tiny hat people as well? You turned down the 7K from Israel in exchange for their top Mossad agent doing a collab with you. Yeah, this is good stuff. Yeah, this is 2007 Reddit cringe. Probably not even 2007. This is like, this wasn't even funny. Again, it's like, what the hell? Like, you had zero ideas here. Yeah, what does the Ackman have to do with this? Right. It's like, hey, do you want to yell for 2 seconds in an animation I'm gonna do that has no jokes whatsoever? Just so I can say, hey, here's an animation and put you in the title, so everybody can click on this now and know that the Ackman exists. It wasn't supposed to be funny? Oh, okay, then it succeeded. It was pointless. It was completely pointless. I'm glad we had a completely pointless video. It wasn't even meant to be funny. It was just, hey, this is completely pointless shilling for the Ackman. All right, so let's see what's this. I saw this title, by the way. I misread it at first. I thought it said the boys go back to Africa, and I immediately thought, oh, this is like Latina Parfait. Go back to Africa with Game Sense. How many? Wait, what did this get? This only got 42k views, 12k views for this one. Ocean Girl. What the hell is Ocean Girl? Analyzing Evil. I have no idea who this person is. Total Goyim Destruction. 52k views? What is the Goyim Destruction,
So
guys?
we got some new trailers for Halo Campaign Evolved, and I mean, I've not been shy about the fact that I wasn't exactly optimistic about the game to be...
Say something controversial? I've already said a bunch of controversial things already.
Begin with, but...
I can't do it on the fly, though.
Some stuff, I will say I'm a bit intrigued. Other stuff, I'm now even less excited about the game than I was before. So, yeah, let me get into it. Also, this is going to be an unscripted video because I'm being quite lazy, to be honest. I don't want to put this much effort into talking about the Halo Combat Evolved remake, so enjoying the ramblings, I guess. So, yeah, first off, Sergeant Johnson. Sounds like they've recast him, which I made this clear in one of my earlier videos that if it's not David Scully...
I'm going to speed this up. Let's do 1.5.
voicing him. I don't really care about Sergeant Johnson because, well, it's not Sergeant Johnson, it's just a guy that sounds like... It's just another black guy, isn't it? Yeah, he's not even really...
He made a girl boss video after saying the girl boss wasn't the problem. Did he? I didn't see that. We could probably look at that next. Where is it? Ooh, he was cashing in on this too. I don't see the girl boss video though. Anyway.
They're doing a very good impression of him. So if this is David Scully, for one, because I mean they've not credited the voice actor.
Apparently one of the reasons he does not like the Chuds while playing their politics is because he has a black girlfriend. Oh no! He says racist jokes, but talking about mixing and he gets angry. Ooh.
What the fuck happened, mate? I mean, I know it was a while ago, but your voice can't change that much, surely. They've redesigned him as well, which...
Was it in front of me?
Of.
I'm probably blind. What am I missing here? The void? Is that what it is? Where am I seeing it? Is it in the thumbnail or is it in a... Hang on. The Sarah Palmer vid. Oh, okay. Oh, shit! Okay, it is in the title. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to watch that and see how he contradicts himself. Okay, cool.
I honestly think they nailed his design in, like, Halo 2 Anniversary. I mean, aside from him...
Hang on, let me close this.
...being a bit too young looking, I think he looked really solid. I'm not getting suave Chad Ladiesman vibes from this version of Sergeant Johnson. If anything, I think he just kind of looks like Steve Harvey if he got drafted into the UNSC. Secondly, so these new missions seem to be following Chief in his Mark IV armor, which I don't know how accurate to the lore this is because I don't know anything about the like pre-Halo Combat Evolved stuff because it just doesn't really interest me, so...
Are you going to talk about the Goyim?
I mean, it doesn't exactly look very good, the armor, but it might have always looked like that, so I'm not gonna risk being called a tourist by giving my opinions on that. But the whole point of them going after a prophet, I don't understand how that fits in, because I'm pretty sure the whole point of in Amberclad getting separated from the UNSC to go after the Prophet of Regret in Halo 2 was because there's only 3 prophets, and they're like a major important figure in the Covenant. So being able to kill one would be like a major turning point, but apparently they've already killed one before the first game even started. You know, because I'm assuming they're going to kill him. I just cannot see a version of this where they're like, oh,
I'm going to speed it up again because this is. Can you say anything?
No, he got away, and then he never appeared in any other Halo game ever again. You know, unless they're going to make him like a running villain in the other games that they threatened to remake, which I just don't think they're going to do that. So, yeah, I don't really know, like, I don't understand the point of these extra missions other than just more content, which I mean, if you want to put more content in, why don't you just make the fucking multiplayer? You know, the thing the 25-year-old original had. But yeah, I don't really get it. So, from what I can see, it seems like they're going to be going into some sort of like testing facility or something where they're making these like mutants, one of which being the Halo 4 elites, which, does this mean that like, now the Halo 4 elites are like canonically retarded mutants? Because, yeah, that actually kind of justifies these missions. Then we got a good look at the brutes, they look actually quite good, I can't lie.
He's what?
Right, pretty model looking. A good comparison would be rough look to them, whereas in that, this makes everything think we're watching a bunch of action figures, also textured like I can put that in the thumbnail actually. I don't understand it, right? It's also fucking fit, bro. Like, I got a bit of with Stellar Blade character, right? And I'm gonna be honest, I've not played any Stellar Blade in the thumbnail actually. I don't understand it, right? So at the same time, you know, some guy on Twitter told me that it looks like German in a wig. And it does. I might put that in the thumbnail actually. I don't understand it, right? So at the same time that this was revealed, we got that new Stellar Blade character, right? And I'm gonna be honest, I've not played any Stellar Blade, I don't know anything about Stellar Blade. The new protagonist looks fucking fit, bro. Like, I have a bit of a thing for girls with short hair, can't lie. I'm a firm believer in tomboy supremacy. Very attractive woman. But Cortana? No, fucking hell. Now, I got a bit of a theory here. Now, call me a tinfoil hat, right, okay? But have you ever noticed how, and the gamer quote-unquote girls in the West are a bit...
Okay, maybe he'll say something based about women here. Okay. Let's see if he says anything based about women.
When it comes to their female character designs. So the gamer girls in the East and the gamer quote-unquote girls in the West are a bit different, you see. And my theory is that they...
What am I expecting him to say? I'm trying to find why people called him a chud, and I so far have not really seen it.
Design these female characters a certain way so that these quote-unquote gamer girls don't feel self-conscious about how they don't look anything like that.
What?
So they make them look more masculine because it turns out the majority of their female audience isn't actually female. So yeah, that's my
What are they? Can you name who they are?
Theory. That's my theory, and that's why I think Eastern game devs.
That's your theory? What a fucking stupid theory! Like, what the hell, dude? Use some actual words.
They designed female characters to look like actual women, and Western game devs designed them to look like either women in their 40s or men with wigs on. You know.
Okay, why do they do that?
Call me crazy, but I think I might be onto something there.
Onto what though? You didn't name whatever it is you're talking about.
Either that, or it's because the majority of Western game devs now are women, even though it's men that play the games, and they don't like being compared to actually attractive women, you know. Which, now that I think about it, that's probably the more likely reason.
What? He didn't... What is the reason? What?
Oh, you know what else they've done? They've added these shitty, like, paid skins, which you thought it was bad enough with the Fanta skin? Nah, they're going worse right now.
So he didn't even name what the thing was. Right, so we're going to turn it up just to 2C again.
Now we've got Roman Colosseum Master Chief, we've got Modern Warfare Master Chief, we've got...
Yeah, he backtracked.
Blamite Master Chief, we've got Pacific Rim Master Chief, and fucking Hentai Armor Master Chief, you know. Because this is what Halo fans want, isn't it? You know, this is exactly what we wanted. We didn't want playable elites or anything now, we wanted fucking Life of Brian Master Chief. You know what sucks, right? Given 343's track record, I just would not be surprised if they end up giving, like, a lore reason for why all these armors...
Well, yeah, so it would be obvious that they're doing this because they don't want to offend Troons. But he didn't even say that.
Exist and end up making them canon, you know, like they did with the elite Spartan armors and shit in Halo Infinite, which...
It's obvious that what he's saying, so why didn't he say it?
Means that there is a chance, right?
Does he not want to offend anybody? Is he trying not to offend anybody of light of heart?
Somewhere in the lore now, there is going to be Roman Colosseum Master Chief armor that was built for some reason in the canon. So yeah, you don't hate 343 enough, man. Because who is this for? Like, who actually wants this stuff? Like, let's just go over them for a second. So we've got Lochagos, or however it's pronounced, and yeah, this is like easily the worst one. So we're starting off strong. They've just not made like any attempt for any of these to actually fit into the Halo lore, except for I guess the Needler armor one and the Hunter one. But that's only because they are literally designed after objects in Halo, which even then it's daft.
He's just implying, not saying. Is he?
Yeah, it's literally just another like weird historical armor, but
or is that just affirmation bias?
Spartanified, which I don't understand why would you make that for this game in particular? Why don't you make this another Halo Infinite skin? Because honestly, it wouldn't even look out of place at this point. Then we've got the Timberwolf one, which I've seen people saying this one looks kind of cool. I disagree. Maybe in Reach it could look kind of decent, but it's a bit over-designed. I mean, is that meant to be like a brute skull? Because that just kind of looks like somebody took a baboon.
So YouTube doesn't take him down for being offensive? Like Synthetic Man, who has over 100,000 more subscribers than he does? Yeah. We gotta be worried about that.
Boon skull, it's way too small. Unless it means that Master Chief was out there, like, scalping brute children prior to the ring. So yeah. Then we've got the Blamite armor, which, Splintered Warden, which, this looks terrible. It's just kind of daft. Like, I don't get it. Like, it doesn't look cool because, well, yeah, look at it. But yeah, it's just terrible. Like, genuinely, right, I think just changing the
This is bad because I don't like it. This is completely arbitrary.
Like just blue Master Chief.
You gonna say anything else?
Remember, what the fuck is that? This is giving me those kind of vibes. It's even got the Laconian lace. It's like, it's super. This even work. For the random bits of the same idea of using it. Like, I think that's remember. Like, oh no, you've got to pay for any of this stuff. It blatantly to the old art. This is say it's just the armor pack which you get because the thing in it, you know, you are just like going right. So, but now it looks morbidly obese.
Is transgender an offensive word? I don't know. Maybe troon is. Troon might be an offensive word.
Like a shit that's been covered purple. It's like just a big purple log. Yeah, that's a pretty shit design. Can't lie. Also, the color grading's just bad.
Oh yeah, but the people have long since noticed Cortana looks like Germa. That's been a common thing.
Right. Well, in fact, it doesn't feel like there's any color grading. Right. Nothing feels like it's lit by the same. It just seems boxed. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they look right. Blue. I also like a lot of the game. Every Halo game look pretty solid. Brought back is the game just an asset flip, I suppose. So because I don't think they glow at all in any game after combat.
So far the only thing I've heard is I don't like this because it's different. That's all he's saying. I don't like this because it's different. This is different. I don't like it.
You know, I think that was a bit of a step down, honestly. Cause I think that was kind of cool. Also, all right. I know Steve Downs is getting up there, and you know, he does not like opposite besides well, like. And then when I'm Halo fan content, by the way, because I think he only but this one in particular seems to be like the best we've seen so far. Where he's taking Halo 4 and he's going to change the assets with like infinite assets. I think. By my mate Big Boy Meatloaf, if you went and watched it.
Okay, let's look at the thumbnail again for this. So what was the thumbnail for this? Total Goyim destruction. So he didn't mention at all anything other than this is bad because I don't like it because it wasn't like the stuff that I saw. So we have another clickbait thumbnail. And we don't say anything of any value or substance. He just ran his mouth, yeah. So let's hear about his little girl boss thing. What is
Halo 4 introduced plenty of new things and characters to the Halo franchise, plenty of which were not too well received. But perhaps the worst received new character was that of Commander Sarah Palmer, otherwise known as that one woman who just shows up, calls.
Wait, what? Whoa! We just watched this video.
Master Chief Manlet refuses to elaborate and then does nothing for the rest of the game other than handle Rio and iPad and get brutally hype-mobbed by Chief at the end. People really didn't like Sarah Palmer. I don't particularly like Sarah Palmer. Now, yeah, it is largely due to the fact that she's a woman, but there are some other reasons for why she just sucks as a character. I mean, like, first of all, she's just unlikable. She's clearly meant to be sassy. They didn't give her any charisma, which you kind of need to pull off sass, so you just kind of come across like a bit of a bitch instead. But it doesn't help that she's barely on fucking screen, so whenever she is on screen, all she's doing is being a...
Okay, let me slow it down just a little bit.
Bitch, so, you know... It's kind of the only impression you get of her. I mean, she kind of had a bigger role in Spartan Ops, which, don't worry, I'm going to be making a video on that eventually. But even then, like, not really. I mean, she's like in the cutscenes and that's about it, because the cutscenes and the gameplay have no fucking connection. It's just, Spartan Ops was so weird, man. I don't understand the point of Spartan Ops. Anyway, the only real bits of information we learn about her in the cutscenes of Spartan Ops is that she really fucking doesn't like Halsey for... I don't know, reasons. I mean, like, yeah, there's reasons why somebody would dislike Halsey in the Halo universe, but they don't really tell us why she specifically dislikes her, and she seems like she really fucking hates Halsey. We also learned that, like, her and Lasky, they're pretty fucking close. I don't know, maybe they're fucking... They don't tell us. But if they are, do you think Lasky yells Axios whenever he's balls deep inside her? I reckon he would. I would. I wish I did. Then in Halo 5, she just goes back to doing what she was doing in Halo 4, which is standing around in the background during the cutscenes on the Infinity, and then she flies Fire Team Osiris onto that Guardian, and then seemingly...
Can you get to the point, please?
Dies, but then we learn in the final cutscene that she's alive, but it doesn't matter, she might as well have died because we never see her again after this. Alright, I don't know what happened to her. She might have been in a book at some point, but that doesn't count. Nobody fucking counts the books. Anyway, that's the last time we saw Sarah Palmer. Am I that upset about it? No, not really, but it is really funny that they got like a pretty well-known video game voice actress to play her, so they clearly thought this was going to be like a mainstay character when they made her, but everybody just fucking hated her, so they got rid of her in Halo Infinite, and now we probably won't ever see her again. I mean, like, this is just a problem that 343 have in general when it comes to characters, okay? Because they keep introducing these new characters, and then we just never see them again after 1 or 2 games. Like in the Bungie games, if a character was introduced and he didn't die, he was going to be in the next game. And because of that...
We are getting dangerously close to the end, and he hasn't said anything of substance.
Every character has at least some kind of meme status in the community because they were memorable. I don't think anybody's going to be making any memes about fucking Sarah Palmer or Spartan Thorn. Like, the only thing about Sarah Palmer that is kind of funny is that she's like canonically really fucking racist towards the elites for some reason. Which, you've got to remember, in Halo 4, it only takes place like 4 years after Halo 3, so
she's racist against the creatures that they fought in the war. Okay, so what? Like, that's normal. What the hell?
We've been in peace times, okay, up until very recently, but she's just ready to go.
Hey, we fought against these aliens that are trying to kill us. But we can't be racist against them. Like, what?
Calling them fucking slurs and shit, calling them hinge heads and stuff. And the fact that 343 was able to make me dislike a 7-foot-tall racist brunette woman with the body of an Olympic gymnast is just kind of a testament to how...
Whoa. What? She's bad because he's racist? What?
Fucking shit they are at writing characters. Also, for some reason, 343 added this audio log in Halo 5 about an elite who thought
Or maybe not. Hang on, I don't know.
that Sarah Palmer was banging...
Is she likable because she's racist? Against aliens? That we ought to hate anyway? What?
Tidy and wrote a poem about her. I would have loved to see that interaction, to be honest. That would have been the first interesting thing they could have done with her, and it would have been really funny. Also, would this be seen as bestiality or just like race mixing by the Sangheli? Do you reckon they've got a word that's like the equivalent for mudshark and Sanghelios? But yeah, anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about Sarah Palmer. I just thought it was kind of funny how 343 put so much time and money into establishing this character just to fucking completely drop her just like everybody else after Halo 5 got torn to shreds by the fans. Ta-ra.
So why didn't he mention the chick they added in the Halo Demon? Well, no, it's worse. Is he used girl boss here as a word to get people to click on the video. So use girl boss for clickbait, but this completely devalues the fact that he doesn't think she's a girl boss because he said that in the video we just watched. He doesn't believe this. He doesn't think she's a girl boss, but he used it as clickbait. I want to talk about this character for a bit. She's been gone for over a decade now, LOL. So this is, guys, this is what we mean by grift. What are you even talking about? Were you here? We just watched a video where he said that other people call her a girl boss, and they're wrong. He said she's just boring, that's all. So he thinks that she's not a girl boss. He thinks that she's just badly written. She's boring. But he now created a video with girl boss in the title, even though he doesn't believe that. So this is just clickbait. That's all it is. He didn't say anything of substance here. He didn't say that, though? He didn't say this? He didn't write this in the title? Is that what you're saying? So he didn't write this? This word in the title? Are you saying that? Is this just an accident? It's all for Google AdSense. Yeah, it's all fake. It's all gay. It's all grift. Why did I click on this one? 42K. Looks like he's calling her a girl boss to me, but he said he wasn't. I just told you he said she wasn't. We just watched a video he made a year ago saying that other people are saying that. Did you not watch the previous part of the stream, man? Did you not watch his video a year ago? Let's go back. Here, we'll go back. Hang on. Which one was it? It'll probably have a red. This one?
You were right.
I think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Hang on. It was I think it was the video that said this is the thing that ruined it all. Low tier Spartan. No, let's higher. Game that ruined Halo.
Game of all time.
Here we go. He actually developed. He actually had a. So let's listen. Here we go.
After Chief's plot armor allows him to escape, we meet up with the UNSC Infinity, a ship that got stranded here due to that same weird tractor beam thing that sucked the Dawn into the planet's surface. We then meet probably one of the most widely disliked characters in Halo.
I thought you'd be taller.
Now look, Sarah Palmer is a bad character, that's indisputable, but no, it's not because she's a woke feminist girl boss.
Okay, there you go. Do I have to say anything else? It's not because she's a woke feminist girl boss. Okay. Oh no. A year later. Oh no. What's going on here? Is this grift? Hey, I just said she wasn't this. All right. Anyway, now that I've gotten that out of the way. Halo 3 if it ended like the boys. So we've got the Goys. It's 12 minutes long. Okay, let's see here.
The Boys is absolute proof that the Goyim will watch just about anything so long as you include enough violence, sex jokes, and Reddit pop culture references.
We deported the nation's nannies and gardeners.
She's a woke girl boss? Oh yeah. But Master Chief, or Master Cheeks, a year ago would say that you're wrong. She's just badly written.
We arrested Chappell Roan and Tyler the Creator and they canceled Coachella.
Now, I remember seeing the first season of The Boys and being pretty impressed. It came out at the right time when a lot of people were getting sick of superheroes.
I want to see something too. This was 2 months ago. Okay. So everybody was kind of hopping on this bandwagon, I guess.
And this show really resonated with them. Then season 2 came around and... I mean, it was still pretty good, I guess. A lot of people don't think it's very good. I kind of like it, to be honest. Then season 3 came around and we got probably one of the most overrated...
So let's see. It took 3 minutes for Kane to identify what the problem was. Is he at all... I'll give him credit if he ever, like, talks about the director.
It's seasons of television since... well, since The Boys.
Because he's already used the word Goyim, right? So is he actually going to identify the person who directed season 2 onward?
The third season is being carried by 3 characters, Butcher, Homelander, and Soldier Boy. And people only like Soldier Boy because he's handsome and has a deep voice, so they don't realise that he's actually just an IRL has-been hotel character.
Danielle Deneau, bush like a Pomeranian. Where's the cum guzzler? How hard did Butcher suck your dick that you miss him that much?
Wait a minute, what?
Then we got season 4 and fuck me, mate. I actually can't remember what or if anything actually happened for the entire season.
Why does this feel like Kane's video?
Until like the last 5 minutes of the finale. Now season 5 is about to wrap up, or has wrapped up, depending on how fast I make this video, and
Speaking of clip channels, I decided to listen to Synthetic Man's advice. Fix your memory runner expose after working on it for longer. Oh. Okay. Haven't you made like 3 or 4 memory runner videos already, though?
I genuinely feel nothing. Now, this isn't going to be another video critique in Season 5 because, to be honest, didn't even bother watching it. I watched all the previous seasons as they aired, but Season 4 did something to me, man, because I just can't bear to watch this shit anymore. Not even out of a sunk cost mentality, right? I don't care what happens to Homelander, to Butcher, to Huey, to the black guy, to the Asian...
Yeah, it might have been fun to watch, even in the first episode, because you could kind of see how maybe this could be applied to the actual elites, the analogy between the superheroes and actual Jews and other people in institutions. But they just, in the end, they chickened out. It's all white supremacists after that.
Asian woman to Jack Skellington or the Jewish war criminal pretending to be a Frenchman. I just don't care. But for the sake of argument, here's what my mate Kaida thinks after he saw Season 5.
The Boys Season 5 is so bad. You know what? Here's a good equivalent to how god-awful this season has been. Imagine you've worked 12
Why do we have to listen to this guy? I don't want to listen to this guy. I want to see what you have
hours
to say.
At a warehouse. It is one of the worst days of your life when it comes to work. You got paired up with the one guy who thinks all his jokes are funny. They got corporate down there doing inspections.
That was Red Jair. Is everybody bleeding together in my mind?
About the whole thing, and you said a joke that was a little too risky, and now you gotta see HR. It's been a long ass day, and you're so tired of it. So you're like, alright.
I don't care. Can we skip past this guy and listen to what you have to say?
Thrones, and it doesn't even have the excuse of, well, we ran out of books to adapt, so we just kind of had to say fuck it, we ball and make it up as we go along.
So he's going to go with the writing then. He's just going to go with the writing. He's going to be surface level. He's not going to actually talk about anything of substance.
This show had next to nothing to do with the source material from day one. The only reason this show went off the deep end so suddenly is because Eric Kripke got addicted to Twitter
Okay. He's mentioned it, so he's getting close.
Way through writing the second season and hasn't let up since. Then Trump got into power and the guy fucking lost it. Now the entire show is just a metaphor for stuff nobody's gonna care about in 3 years.
So that's interesting. He mentioned him, didn't mention his ethnicity though. Oh, you wanna, okay, hang on. I'm in the Discord if you wanna join, Ambusher. So he mentioned Kripke, he didn't mention ethnicity, but at least he mentioned Kripke, so credit where it's due. But is he just going to treat it like it's just like Trump derangement syndrome? He's not going to go any further?
Years. I don't fucking care about it now. And the biggest problem with a show like this, being as political as it is that it's so biased and dishonest with how it portrays.
Hey, what's up, Ambusher? Did you have something specific that came to mind? Oh, you might be setting up.
Just that, that Kaida guy. You remember him, right? You know where he's from?
Kaida.
Yeah, the guy he just showed, the black guy. He was on the street with Nure. Remember Nure?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, the one who defended KCD2. Yeah, he was on there with Nure defending her.
Oh no.
Yeah, he was defended her, calling I guess what was his name? Revenant Remnant. Racist and homophobic. Yeah, he was on there defending her, saying that shit.
So he's just courting all of these leftists.
Well, that guy, he's on Geeks and Gamers. He's on their Drotic, that kind of retard. Yeah.
So this is just like I've been saying. Then it's just, hey, I'm popular. My YouTube channel's popular. Hey, time to be more normie like. Time to go out to these centrist libtards and stop doing what I was doing.
Yeah, I just thought that was incredible. He actually had that fucking goofball in his video. I just couldn't believe when I saw it, so that's why I just thought I'd join for a second.
Yeah,
I just didn't know if you remembered or not. Yeah, that's the same guy.
Okay. Well, if anything else comes up, I don't know how long you can be here because I don't mind
I'll stick around. I'm not going to talk too much. Around.
Okay.
The different political parties of America. Everybody who's a villain is now conveniently right-wing and either does cartoonishly evil stuff or is just fucking retarded now, because otherwise it'd mean Kripke would have to write a character who is both intelligent and right-wing, which is obviously something he could never do. It'd be too much for him. An entire episode where...
Okay, but why are they doing this, though? He can't explain why they're doing this?
A man gets ass-raped in a sex dungeon? Mate, we can play that for laughs, that's funny. A character who's intelligent but also doesn't share my political ideology? Dude, that's a...
What is his political ideology?
Bit of a heavy subject matter. I'd need to go to some dark places mentally if I wanted to include that in the show. Like, calm down. We're not making Serbian film here. Meanwhile, every good character now makes it crystal...
He's not naming anything.
...clear that they're left-leaning, but not aggressively political like the right-wingers, because, as you know...
Wait, what?
It's impossible for there to be left-wing extremists as well. Black people getting violent and killing people at riots? That's absurd. It was actually a conspiracy done by white men who just planted the bodies there to cause fake outrage. You know, like...
Oh, he's talking about the show. Okay.
Remember when all those white men burned down cities and looted small businesses back in 2020? Of course not, because actually all those protests were mostly peaceful. But look, right, I'm obviously not a fan of the show being used as a vehicle for Kripke to voice his soy little political shower arguments, but I could look past that. I mean...
No, you can't look past that, dude. What?
I did, all the way up until season 4, and then I just couldn't fucking take it anymore. But there's something else about this show that's unforgivable. Something that makes it an objectively bad story that will go down in history as one of the biggest blunders in entertainment.
What is he gonna say?
Nothing fucking happens in this
Oh, come on, dude.
show. I'm being serious, okay? Every season of The Boys is exactly the same. The boys get back together after a long time because Butcher went off the deep end on the last mission, which caused them to split up, but they think they've finally found a way to kill Homelander, and the entire season's going to revolve around them getting this thing. There's a new superhero that's going to have some major part in the story this season.
See, I was thinking he was going to lead up to something where it's like, but this is just so surface level, like there's no substance to this.
Homelander fucks around for a bit, talking about how cool he is and then killing someone.
Please burn the UK. I will. I'll burn the UK. Like hypothetically, I would burn the UK after I become a drag queen. That's what I'll do.
Frenchie and Kamiko do some will they won't.
I'll if I ever burn down the UK, it'll be after I become a drag queen and convert to Islam. Then they can't blame me for doing it.
There's stuff that reminds you that, hey, this guy may be a drug-addicted, sex-addicted freak who's the comic relief, but he's also a person with feelings like you and me.
Yeah, they'll have to say, just like that one, the Muslim who ran over a bunch of people during Pride Month in the UK. They'll have to somehow write the article and say that it just happened passively, like somehow the car was responsible and not the person driving it. That's how they'll write the article.
And then he immediately goes back to being the drug-addicted, sex-addicted freak who's the comic relief. A-Train realises that he's black and tries to be 2% more of a better person. Butcher goes off the deep end again and betrays the boys for a chance to kill Homelander. He fails, and the boys seemingly disband for real this time. Then Homelander realises that he's literally unstoppable and says,
This is, yeah, actually that's a good point, Par Pudding, is, I think that's what it is. This is just, everybody saw Big Bungie's video and they just aped off of him.
Some shit like, there's nothing
and Kane was the only one who actually talks about Jews.
holding me back now. And then the season ends. And none of it ends up following on to the next season. By the next season, the boys are back together immediately. Homelander is still doing jack shit all season, aside from killing one or two randos, because Kripke wants an excuse to shove in some shock value, and that is it, alright? This show is storytelling purgatory.
But why would he put in the shock value?
I've seen pornos with more story and character progression than the boys, alright? They marketed the final season like this, by the way, and as far as I'm aware, nothing remotely close to this has happened. And trust me, I'd know if it did, because every episode of the show basically gets force-fed to me by YouTube Shorts.
Give credit to Kane as well. Kane saw every season. Like, he saw the entire show before he made his review, so he did the legwork. So Kane's opinion is far more valuable because he actually knows what happened.
On Twitter without me needing to actually sit down and watch the thing. The only things that objectively happen in this show is that one of the occasional somewhat bigger characters will die, but even then it's pretty fucking rare and doesn't really do much to advance the plot. Hell, even when they do die, sometimes they just get replaced in the very next episode. The show started off with such a bang.
The international news of whites started acting savage in other countries, right? Yep.
A premise too. In this world, superheroes are real and are like celebrities. Because they would.
I agree, yeah. He's normie LARPing as a chud. I think he's got to be completely aware of what he's doing. Like, again, I don't understand. I'll bring it up again. Hang on. Let's see. Open image link. No, not copy. Open. Come on. Open image link. There we go. He says he attracts certain people that he definitely does not like being compared to because they actually are mentally raped over the woke stuff, like Synthetic Men and Andy Pants Gaming. He'll make fun of how lame modern games are, but not going to sit down and throw genuine rager over it like those guys. Doesn't like being affiliated with people like that.
be. But, in secret, most of them are actually pretty terrible people. Because they would be. So, this team of quirky dudes with shady pasts must put aside their differences to make these borderline so retarded it's kinda genius plans to take them out. Could you imagine if the show was just that? The boys killing a new soup maybe every other episode in a creative way?
Yeah, this just sounds just like Kane's review. Hang on. I want to see something real quick. I'm just curious. I think Kane's, let's see, May 19. And, let me search. Hang on. I can't remember when Kane's came out.
Almost had two dudes below
June 18. So, okay, so Kane's... Why are these so similar? I don't think Kane copied off him. I'm just wondering if something else is going on entirely. Yeah, Kane's came out after this.
All while slowly making their way towards the bigger fish until they finally get to Homelander. I mean, it's almost like it was based on something that had that very premise, but then they threw it all out the fucking window after one season because Kripke realised it's easier to just bitch about the Republicans for an hour every week. Not gonna criticise Israel though, are you, Kripke?
Ooh, okay, so he's getting close. Oh wait, so he actually, wait a minute, okay, so he actually did it. So we're 7 minutes in, he actually did it. Okay, so again, we have to, why? I don't get it. I do not get it. Oh my god. What is going on, dude? Hey, you're mentally raped over this stuff. Oh, I'm a noticer too. Like, what is going on?
No, he better be careful, man. He's going to make a bunch of anti-Semitic radicals.
The boys started off mainly as a critique of celebrity culture and big franchises like the MCU, except that last part doesn't really work anymore when your own show now has a spin-off series.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is everybody's copying Big Bungie right now.
That people need to watch to understand the ending of Season 4 and are talking about further plans to expand the Vought cinematic universe. The show started off as a smug satire of everything that it now currently is. The only difference is that it's still smug about it.
I'm overanalyzing a single comment is what's happening. Okay. Am I wrong, though?
And completely lacks any self-awareness. Hell, Eric Kripke refers to the show as...
we're doing a comparison between what he previously said and what he says now.
Yeah. I think if you overanalyze a comment and you find somebody's lying, is it the same as not overanalyzing and finding out that they're lying?
Rock. Think you're funded by Amazon. Shut up. The show also suffers from what my mate Shredded Nerd refers to as millennial writing, where the writers clearly think that just being quirky, random or vulgar equals comedy.
Free Palestine is mainstream. That's true. Yeah.
There's two entire shows that have proven to the world that this does not work. Whenever the show runs out of jokes to make...
I think those guys are cringe and mentally great, but I'm going to use Chud talking points and bait Chuds for you. Exactly. And he says he doesn't want to be associated with that. Like, what the hell, dude? I don't want to be associated with these guys, but I'm going to adopt all their talking points. See, that guy who made the comment under his Actman video was exactly right. It's like, you don't know who your audience is.
About right-wingers, it'll just have some guy whip his cock out and then somebody else will rip it off because, oh, it's really violent and it has something to do with genitals. That's funny, please.
Yeah, so why would he think that's funny? Why does he like doing that? Why does the Jewish guy like scenes where people are ripping genitals off? Why is this, Goy?
Laugh, wee man get his wee ripped off, ooh. Like, you'll have this scene where the Deep is mourning as this whale dies on the beach, and I'm just like, mate, where's the joke? Because they don't play the scene straight, it's meant to be funny. And I'm just sat here thinking, what, you've killed...
Criticizing Israel, pointing out people won't criticize Eagle does not equal criticizing the Jews. Even leftists criticize Israel, but never touch the Jews. You only have to make the comment once. Wait, what? Oh, you're basically you're talking about how leftists will do this too. Yeah, but it still doesn't amount to this. Is like, so why are you criticizing them? Like, is this just a LARP? And that's what we think. That's the point. Is this is just a LARP? Like, are we not supposed to take anything you're saying here seriously?
Killed an animal. Is that the joke? See, here's an example of an animal's death being used for comedy in an actually funny way, unlike the boys.
In my opinion, all he's trying to say is he doesn't want his entire channel to be about harping on the same look I'm a notice or two guys with every single video he makes. Yeah, so he's not being serious. That's what I've been saying. I don't want to associate my channel with serious people. That's basically what I'm hearing. We're going to talk about these subject matters, but when pushed against the fact that this is actual an attack on culture, we're going to backtrack. We're going to be a coward. That's what I'm getting.
So, in an episode of Peep Show, Jeremy accidentally runs over and kills.
I just don't know how you can reconcile the previous statement of not trying to make anti-Semitic radicals with pulling up its early life section now.
Right. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Is like, what are you doing at that point?
Yeah. How do you reconcile that? You can't.
To this woman that he's trying to shag, and the rest of the episode centers around the fucking unhinged lengths he goes.
The Shredded Nerd guy also said that the Indiana Jones game and the one Indiana Jones movie where he was old were not woke, despite being obviously woke propaganda. He said they were okay. Oh, Shredded Nerd said that? Yeah. I've seen Shredded Nerd make some comments which I've agreed with, but yeah, he's also said some things where you're like, come on, dude, like, are you, like, you notice these things and then they're right in front of your face and you're like, so all of a sudden is like, did you turn your brain off during these parts? I mean, I made this point with the Odyssey movie. It's like, you look at the casting and then you should immediately say, no, I'm not going to go see it. But people are like, oh no, we've got to do reviews and stuff like that. And it's like, why? Does everyone have to be as serious as you want them to be? No, man, nobody has to be serious as I want them to be. Everyone should just be a Redditor. Everyone should just not take things seriously. When people talk about the degradation of culture and things like that, we need to be as nihilistic as possible. And we need to celebrate this death culture at every given moment, because that's what we need to do.
Yeah, don't be mad about it. Don't throw a rager.
Don't be mad. Don't throw a rager. You're right, man. You're right. He started as a Halo video shit poster. He's mostly doing the same thing. You're right, man. You're absolutely right. You're right. Yeah, we shouldn't notice that he's grifting off of these talking points that are actually serious talking points. The point of this all is to be a nihilist. You're exactly right.
Those two trying to hide the...
That's a total strawman, by the way. I just said you're right, man. What else do you want me to say? I just said I told you were correct. What else do you want me to say?
Dog's death from her. See, in The Boys, the joke would just be that they killed a dog. I mean, I guess you could say the running joke is that he's so incompetent that he keeps accidentally getting these sea creatures killed, but even then it's not really that funny because the only things getting hurt are these animals, not the Deep. Also, the Deep is basically a perfect example of how leftists like Kripke see the world in this manner of no bad tactics, only bad targets, because some fucked up stuff will happen to the Deep, right, and they'll play it for comedy. But then they'll play it dead straight when something similar happens to one of the good guys. The guy gets sexually assaulted and the show...
I'm being serious right now? Correct, yeah.
Show doesn't use it as a way to make him reflect.
I want to say, by the way, this is exactly how to respond to women who do this. You know how you'll explain something really logically to women and they'll always argue against you no matter what, even if it's like completely illogical? Eventually you just got to break down and be like, you're right. You're right. And that upsets them because they don't want you to say that. So because all they want to do is argue.
Reflect on how much he sucks for doing the same thing to women in the past. He just gets sexually assaulted and the show moves on. Because like I said, nothing actually happens in the show. Nobody changes over the course of the series, they just stay exactly the same from beginning to end. I actually would have preferred if Deep was the one who got the redemption arc as opposed to A-Train, because the Deep actually has more depth and reasoning for why he's such a dickhead unlike A-Train. He's incredibly insecure of how underwhelming his power is compared to the rest of the Seven, and he feels embarrassed by the way his body looks due to his superpower. So he degrades women as a defense mechanism because he's afraid they'll humiliate him if he...
Giving up when given any pushback? Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right.
doesn't do it to them first. And the thing is, he's basically correct in these insecurities. He's fucking lame compared to the other superheroes, and he does get insulted for his gills. So he acts in this way as a response to this stuff, instead of it just being his made-up perception of how people see him. See, it would have been far more compelling to see someone like The Deep go from a loser to someone that's actually remorseful for what he did, as opposed to A-Train, because A-Train just isn't interesting, right? The most interesting thing he does is he kills Huey's girlfriend in the first episode, and then the show itself forgets that Huey's meant to be the main character after like 2 seasons, so A-Train stops being interesting as well. But yeah, going back to what I was originally saying, they'll either have someone or something die in a really gross, over-the-top way, or they'll reference the most egregiously outdated Reddit meme followed by a bit of internet lingo.
Butcher?
Well, better me than some dodgy incel walking Voltcoin. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky.
You haven't seen it? Oh, well, I'm kind of like PewDiePie without the Nazi stuff.
Just a racist rumor and a ridiculous lie perpetuated by a jilted and emotionally unstable, hysterical woman who, let's be clear, pooped in my...
So for this whole stuff, the way he's covering it here, he's not actually he has no commentary now. So what am I supposed to think? Am I supposed to take this seriously? But then be like, haha, this is stuff that is actually going on, and you know, turn my brain off. Like what? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Like, what do you expect anybody to do here? Like, he's got no commentary here.
I'm gonna Johnny Depp someone so hard they're gonna want to crawl into a hole and die.
Like, what worth does this whole sequence have? He said this is all Reddit dialogue. What does that mean? What exactly does that mean?
I'm the Lord of the Seven Seas, baby. I'm all about that Sigma life.
The show is basically the epitome of that. How do you do?
You're right. Yeah, maybe think for yourself, not need a YouTuber tell you what think. You're right.
Fellow kids meme, except...
Is that why you're here listening to me?
Everybody pretended it was genuinely funny, and so it doubles down every season and just becomes more and more fucking unwatchable. But the one redeeming thing I will say about this show is that some of the meme templates that I've seen from it are actually pretty funny. Like, they're consistently funnier than the show itself, which isn't hard to do, but still, it's crazy how many genuinely good memes have come from such a fucking unfunny show.
Yeah, well, when you say Reddit writing, you'd have to go into detail what that actually means.
Look, I don't really know where I'm going with this video, to be honest. I'm just...
Because Shredded Nerd talked about this as a millennial thing, but really what it is it's nihilist writing, it's self-referential. It's made to purposely like break the fourth wall, be meta, and make you feel smart for watching it, but at the same time you break the verisimilitude. You actually break the immersion, because this is supposed to be something where you're supposed to believe the characters that you're watching. But if you no longer do that, and you just instead, it's more patting yourself on the back for recognizing things. So it's actually looking inwardly. It's actually like holding a mirror up to yourself. It's a vanity project at that point. That's the problem with it. Used to be movies were made to make you think about world outside yourself, about reality outside yourself, and kind of like it was a humbling experience. That's what it should have been. This isn't a humbling experience. This is more, oh, I noticed this was a member berry. Yeah, it's member berry stuff. Yeah, pretty bad surface level stuff. I still, yeah, I guess I still don't understand why this guy's a chud. Halo's edgy. Oh, look, guys. The N-word in the, except you bleeped out that, but yeah, I guess you gotta do that in the thumbnail. You gotta get away with that. Goy slop, goy division. He really likes that word. And he's not really talking about what that means or anything. There's another Epstein. There's George Droid. Oh, I remember George Droid, guys. Why is this members only? It's because he talks about... Oh, I bet it was... I bet it's because this was probably demonetized. Nobody cares about Halo anymore, which is why he makes a bunch of videos about Halo. Israel. Don't care about the Halo remake. Does he talk about Israel?
Last night, Halo Studios revealed that Combat Evolved remake that everyone pretended was a big mystery for some reason. That is, they released it after making everyone think they were going to show it on the Halo Seattle event stream, and so people were just sat there for hours watching this shit for no reason.
Pretty punchy word, yeah.
Talk to me, friend. Where you is? Where you from? Actually, I'm gonna check. My name is...
What's going to happen with YouTube? I mean, it's already happening. It's going to be worn out. It's not going to mean anything. It's going to be like woke.
Chase, and I'm from the land of the 3-time Super Bowl champions, the Chiefs, Kansas City, baby. See, I forgot your name after you did all that ridiculousness. Now all we know is you that guy from Kansas City. That's who you is now.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big fan of this black
from
guy.
Taylor Swift's fiance's city.
Turns out they were just going to drop the trailer on the YouTube channel this entire time, followed by a Vidoc.
Halo Campaign Evolved is the next project coming out of Halo Studios.
I think you mean your first. You're not 343 Industries, remember? That's what you keep trying to tell us. So this is your first game. So, I took a look at the trailer and I felt... nothing. Nah, seriously, I didn't love it. I don't even hate it. I just feel empty. You know what they say, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy.
You guys taking the shit poster too seriously, not chudding out enough in every video, so it's LARP. Yeah, it is a LARP. You're right.
And this game screams apathetic with a capital P.
You know, it's funny is you're actually proving the point I'm making by trying to argue against it.
I then took to Twitter to see what the general consensus on the remake is so far, and yeah, I keep forgetting how much I hate it here. I'm sick of this sentiment that if you have...
I get here's the question I want to ask. Are games bad right now? Should they change? If the answer is yes to both of them, why wouldn't you take that seriously? So if anything in life to that, if you want something in your life to change, it's like, oh, do you want it to change? Yeah. And let's say you're like, oh, this thing that you used to like, someone has the power to change it. So they walk up to you and say, hey, this thing that you dislike right now because of what we're doing with it, I will change it if you want to. Do you want that change? And you say yes. And they go, and they just walk away. And you gotta walk away too, because, hey, it was just a joke, right? Right? That's the reality, right?
Have any immediate issues with a game the second it gets revealed. That's not a sign that the game is clearly very flawed. It's actually just a sign that you're a whiny, ungrateful loser that just wants to be upset, apparently. Like, people need to stop acting like Halo Studios make these games for free and out of the goodness of their hearts. People can criticise the thing that they're going to be expected to pay 50 quid at minimum for at release, okay? Half this game looks to be using modified assets from Halo Infinite, which... wow, a CE remake using another game's assets.
Yeah, exactly. Stream of consciousness. There's a flaw in your analogy here. Cheeks has no power to change shit. Oh, no, I actually disagree. I think if more people actually, more voices on these platforms actually said the correct things, it would be very, very difficult to ignore. Instead, they ride the fence, which means they don't actually believe in what they say. I think if more people were making a stink about things and they were actually standing their ground, and their viewers listened to them and started like spreading the word that, hey, we need to just stop buying these products whatsoever, instead of just like not taking everything seriously, I think that people would have to be like that gaming crash would happen. Instead, we're going to get another 2 million people who buy the newest remake or whatever it is, like the Assassin's Creed Black Flag. But there's a bunch of people already going to buy, what is it called? What am I thinking of? GTA 6. So it's all cattle. It's all nigger cattle. They're all going to keep on buying the product because people like this exist. False chuds who don't really take the things that they post in thumbnails or whatever seriously. It's all a joke to them. It's all LARP. And so nothing changes.
Where have we seen this before? And the assets that have been created for the game just look soulless. I'm convinced that Combat Evolved just doesn't work in modern graphics. It's like those indie slop games that purposefully try to look like they came out in 2003, even though apparently it's actually more expensive to try and imitate that look now. Like, can you imagine something like Minecraft with hyper-realistic texturing and high poly counts? Oh wait, fuck. Also, we learned...
He's clearly stated how much he hates the games though. Okay, so pick a side. Does he hate it, or is this a joke?
That some of the dialogue's been re-recorded by the actors. Man, I can already imagine how awkward and jarring this is going to be in the game. Chief, we need to stop the flood. I have an idea. What is it? We're gonna blow up the Autumn. As for the art direction, again, it's just not it. Like, can the 343 stop fucking jet washing all the foreigner architects?
So why did he put Israel in the thumbnail? I don't get it.
Please. I'm also not digging the Unreal Engine look to it. Everything just looks off, but in a way that I can't really place. The engine's just something I've never really liked the look of. It just makes everything feel like an indie game or a mod. Everything's too shiny. Any positives I have for this so far are just, oh wow, thank God they didn't fuck this thing up from the original game.
Yeah,
like
I still don't know if
keeping
it's
the blood
entirely
or
ironic
not.
on his part, all of it.
Yeah. My argument comes down to if everyone would just and simply isn't realistic. What? I don't get it. I'll just say you're right.
Feeling the need to make Chief and Cortana have a back and forth conversation every time while you're fighting the enemies. Either way, I'm not overly...
Why does he sound Indian sometimes? I wonder if Master Cheeks is a British Indian.
excited for it, but I'm not dreading it either. It is what it is. Okay, ta-ra.
I bet he's not, you know. He has these extremely long outros. So, okay, again, I have to ask the question. Why was, hang on, where is it? Which one was it? Why is Israel in the title? If you're not willing to talk about this stuff in a serious manner, why are you doing this? You need to make an entire hour-long video explaining it to me, if you understand. Well, that's the problem with people like you. That's the problem with all centrist libertarians. I've got a video about you guys. Is you need hour-long sessions to explain things because you're not willing to be racist. You're cowards. Rather than use words, like simple words, to describe very simple things, need hour-long videos explaining things to people. Again, Kane did it in 3 minutes in his review. Alan Kripke, he's Jewish, by the way. It's all you needed to know. And you knew exactly what went wrong.
But what exactly don't you get? I mean, what does he think you don't get? Once you answer that,
I don't know. He keeps on going back and forth. Like I showed the contradiction where he's using the in the title, Girl Boss, Halo's Forgotten Girl Boss. So he used a title to talk about this character, but he doesn't agree with it. So the only explanation is he's courting people who do agree with it. So he's trying to get people who he disagrees with to watch his videos. Then he makes a post like this, and he's like, I attract people I don't like being compared to. I don't understand it. This doesn't make any sense. He doesn't like being affiliated with people, even though he created a clickbait title appealing to those people. It just doesn't make any sense. Either he's lying or he's stupid. Like the Peeb guy baiting and then getting mad when Chuds call him out in the 007 review. Exactly, yes. Goyslop. Chudzilla. Epstein in the thumbnail. Charlie Kirk in the thumbnail. George Floyd in the thumbnail. All of these things. He does all these things. Oh, I don't like being compared to people who do this. Then why are you doing it? Again, the guy in the Actman video, you obviously don't, you don't know who your audience is. You think he's trying to poison the discussion by making these videos? I think he's a grifter. I think he knows what he needs to put in his thumbnails and to talk about, kind of skirt the conversation to get views and clicks and ride the algorithm. I think that's what he's doing. I think that's what he's doing. And a post like this, he acts like he's ignorant of what he's doing.
Halo 4 introduced plenty of new things.
Oh, hang on. We already saw this one. Okay, so what is this one? The game that could have just been DLC.
Halo 3 ODST is a game that was released in 2009.
Why did I click on this one? Hang on. I'm clicking on a bunch of thumbnails.
Well, like I said, I don't. It's like completely ironic, and it's just a response to him being called a chud and a racist by like the Twitter types, and that's like impetus for his videos, or if he's actually genuine in what he's saying. But if he's genuine, that there's like serious contradictions between what he said in the past. Then I mean, no, there's problems either way he does it.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, and I guess this guy SB is a fan of his. I'm not sure. But he keeps on going back and forth between, oh, he hates it. Okay, but he doesn't hate it because he's not being serious. Well, why does he have to be serious all the time? That wasn't that, but you just made a point that contradicted that. You said he hates it. So again, it's one way or the other with this guy. Like, I get there you can be humorous and stuff, but he's obviously using this stuff to get certain people to look at his content, like realize what the problem is. So people who have an objective, like idea of what the problem is, they're obviously going to click on this thinking, oh, this guy agrees with me. But then he makes, again, a post like this saying that he doesn't like those people. So it's like, again, what does that mean? What are you doing then? Like, do you hate what's going on with Halo or not? And if you are, why don't you like being compared to people who are talking about the root of the problem? It just doesn't make any sense. Unless you're a coward. He put the full N-word in a thumbnail, didn't censor. Why did he censor the other one? Where? I didn't notice. That's one for real niggas only. Did he do hard R or did he just do Chudzilla? Am I blind? I don't see it. Soft A? Okay. That's another thing. How is he getting away with that too? Does YouTube just not care? This is the only one I'm seeing. I didn't see the other one. Oh well. It's not the third vid from the top. Oh, okay. So he didn't actually censor it. So he censored it here, didn't censor it there. That is interesting. Not hard R, by the way, but anyway. But yeah, that's funny. The Wii was Forerunners, 99K, 6 minutes.
Halo is a game that used to have a pretty straightforward story. You're a tall, genetically enhanced soldier in green armour. Your mission is to stop a bunch of Islamic aliens who want to wipe out humanity. During this war, you uncover these giant
Why are they? No, they're not Islamic aliens. What the hell?
ring-shaped worlds that the aliens think are a pathway to heaven and want to activate. However, a floating webcam tells you that the rings are actually weapons of mass destruction built to stop a zombie plague called the Flood.
That doesn't even work because all the words that they use are actually like from the Hebrew Bible. It's not Islamic.
From infecting everyone by just wiping out all life instead, which is basically the equivalent to losing a game of chess, so you throw a tard rage and just flip the board over so the other guy can't win. However, the aliens can't activate the rings as they only respond to human touch despite being built long before humanity existed. How could this be? Well, turns out that the rings have been used before and the entire galaxy is actually on its second go around, and we were the ones who created the rings in the first place before we got reset back to the Stone Age. And to make sure there's absolutely no confusion about this, the floating webcam just straight up says,
"You are the child of my makers, inheritor of all they left behind. You are Forerunner."
Now imagine seeing all this and thinking the rings were actually built by ancient 10-foot tall vampire people who hated humanity but for some reason also designed all their technology to only respond to humanity and no other species in the galaxy. Because that was 343's takeaway from all this, and I've been running with it ever since. As someone who only got into Halo about 5 or 6 years ago, I remember getting really confused near the end of Halo 3 because I'd actually played a bit of Halo 4 a few years prior. See, it was my understanding that these vampire people were just a thing that was already established, since Halo 4 treats them like this is what they always were in the lore. So when Guilty Spark then says,
"You are Forerunner,"
I didn't know what he meant. Is Master Chief not a human? You're telling me he looks like this under his helmet instead of the guy from Orange is the New Black? I had no idea what the fuck this line meant. That's how bad Halo 4's retcon is. It's so bad that it doesn't spoil the original trilogy.
He's a tourist too. This is crazy. Well, I'm a tourist, so I don't know. This is all Greek to me. I'm just looking for any like chud signaling, and I'm not getting any of that.
If you play Halo 4 first, it instead makes the big reveal at the end of the trilogy feel totally nonsensical, which as far as I'm aware it basically is now. The entire story of Halo was slowly building up to who the Forerunners were and how humanity was connected to them somehow. Why were we the ones chosen for annihilation by an alien religion that worship technology that only we can use? And Halo 3 gives you a perfectly understandable answer for everything. We were the creators of this technology, but we were basically forced to return to monkey mode via the initial firing and
just got into Halo 5 years ago?
Had to evolve back to this.
Well, that's another thing I think, let me go back to this real quick. Here we go. A lot of you guys realized in the newest video that I'm actually not much of a gamer. I just really like Halo. So what other games should I get into and maybe cover in the future? So, I mean, I'm not even saying that he needs to be, but you know, calling him a tourist and everything, anyway.
Point with no memory of it. That's why only we can activate it. The reason we were then chosen as the holy enemy of the aliens is because their leaders were actually the descendants of Israeli Jews and wanted humanity gone to ensure their lie would never be exposed. I mean, humanity are literally referred to as reclaimers by the monitors. because we are reclaiming our stuff, as in taking back something that was ours to begin with. 343 then took all this easily understandable...
Let me hear that again. So what point is he making?
Because their leaders were actually the descendants of Israeli Jews and wanted humanity gone to ensure their lie would never be exposed. I mean, humanity are literally referred to as reclaim...
Wait, so are the Jews the good guys in this sense? What is he implying? I don't understand.
...reclaimers by the monitors, because we are reclaiming our stuff, as in taking back something that was ours to begin with. 343 then took all this easily understandable self-explanatory lore and decided to make it completely incoherent by retconning random parts of it while just continuing the story like it still makes sense, and assuming the fans are just going to magically know what stuff is retconned prior to playing the next game. Also,
why didn't he go on to that point, though? He's still talking about the game. That's, like... He could have opened up that point. Like, he noticed something there and he moved past it. Why did he move past it? Is he going to talk about it again?
343 decided that Forerunner was the actual name of this species and not just a title given to them because they were a mysterious ancient civilization that went extinct.
The Forerunners have returned.
It'd be like if I had a son and I made Grandad his legal name. Who are they even the Forerunners of at this point? They're not even related to humanity anymore. They're literally just a random alien race that apparently hated us but also gave us the keys to their Honda Civic for some reason. The entirety of Halo 1 through 3 no longer makes sense unless you read multiple books to understand the new, much more messy and convoluted reason behind everything now. And you know what's worse? All the...
These assume a lot of a priori knowledge. Do they? Because I don't think he actually understands what he's talking about. If he did, he probably would have, like, elaborated on what he meant there.
Hints and foreshadowing to the big reveal in Halo 3 are now literally just coincidence.
Let's see, he's saying the prophets, which are long-neck aliens, are Jews, but that's lamp-shading chud messaging. It's lamp-shading chud messaging, yeah. See, he didn't go into any detail, which is like, okay, do you understand what you just said?
What's the new explanation for why Guilty Spark called us foreigners? Brace yourselves. Because he was senile and confused. That's the canon reason for this, apparently. It's not because of the multiple hints and originally scrapped Halo 2 ending that was going to have the same reveal. No, he just randomly thought we were...
It's just you two in here. I, like, fucking passed out. I just woke up. I don't know how long it's been.
Here, let me do this. I'm streaming talking about, Master Cheeks. I don't know why I forgot his name. The aliens call you infidel, which is what Muslims say. In the original game? I don't remember that.
Foreigners, and just coincidentally we also happen to have the ability to use foreigner technology for some reason that still hasn't been explained in the games. Why does the Eldritch Zombie God refer to itself as a monument to all our sins?
Why didn't turn a video into a discussion about the Jewish question? Probably because he doesn't know how to.
The new law says
because this is grift, which is what I've been saying, because he doesn't actually understand what he's talking about, because he doesn't take it seriously, according to this. He doesn't like being compared to people who actually take the topic seriously, which means he made a really good point and didn't elaborate on it, which he should have.
Foreigners betrayed an even older...
He's using that shit as talking points for his fucking video. Does this retard in chat not understand what we're saying?
No, I guess he doesn't. I mean, I've made the point a number of times.
Of aliens who then became...
We're comparing his previous fucking statements to what he's doing now.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
So why does it hold humanity responsible for its creation if we aren't even the foreigners? Is he also just senile and confused now? The retcon...
I've had this this is the kind of thing where you're arguing like whether or not like it's like saying like Epstein stuff. Like it's okay when this person who I like does this thing because they had good reasons for doing it, even though it's contradictory.
Con takes multiple lines that were originally meant as foreshadowing to a later reveal.
The aliens don't speak English in Halo 1. Yeah, that's what I'm going by, is Halo 1. I don't know, I don't remember enough about Halo 2, so if they called you infidel, I don't remember that.
And turns them into just vague villain one-liners or senile ramblings that, for some reason, are framed as being completely
You're right.
sincere and factual statements within the games they're set in. Why can we use their technology but nobody else can? I don't know, and I'm not spending my own money on a fucking trilogy of books just so I can understand a trilogy of games that already made perfect sense until a bunch of people who openly didn't like these games came along and twisted something that someone had already spent 6 years working on over the span of 3 games. I'm not kidding, right? I genuinely don't understand the current lore of Halo. I used to. But the lore I understand.
So he admitted it now. He mentioned it here. He noticed what's going on here with the Jews, and he's like, I don't understand what's going on. Well, you just mentioned it. You could have elaborated on what they're doing with the story, but he didn't do. Whoa! Look at YouTube here. Look, there's a bump here. People replayed this section. What did people replay here?
No longer exists, and it costs.
Hey, it's the Otis Whisperer. How you doing, man?
Extra money now to understand the current lore, so I don't really care that much. Now, the dumbest thing I've seen some people say is,
I don't care. Why you spent all this time talking about lore, and it's like I don't really care what I'm talking.
That actually it's always been this way. In fact, Halo 3 never intended the Forerunners to actually be human, because if you find a hidden
not according to Marty O'Donnell
terminal made by a guy who had no major involvement in the actual story of Halo 3, it basically kind of implies that the Forerunners and humans were separate things. So according to these people, a few sentences written in what basically equates to a glorified Easter egg that the social media intern put in Halo 3 has more authority over Halo 3 than Halo 3. This isn't even worse cope than the one about Guilty Spark just having
I thought they retconned everything though. Why is he like comparing it to the other games as if they need to hold true to him?
Alzheimer's. So, in summary, we was Forerunners and shit.
Well, that doesn't make sense. I want to hear this point one more time that he makes here.
And had to evolve back to this point with no memory of it. That's why only we can activate it. The reason we were then chosen as the holy enemy of the aliens is because their leaders were actually the descendants of Israeli Jews and wanted humanity gone to ensure their lie would never be exposed.
I think he's actually got it the opposite way around.
I mean, humanity are literally referred to as reclaimers by the monitors.
Yeah, so if humanity are the reclaimers, so this was promised 5,000 years ago to humans?
Because we are reclaiming our stuff.
So he has it backwards.
As in, taking back something that was ours to begin with.
So he has it backwards. In this narrative, the Jews are actually the humans. Like Master Chief is actually like a Zionist, taking back what was promised them like thousands of years ago, and the aliens are, yeah, I guess they're Palestinians, or they're white people. No, that's exactly what I think is going on. I think he has it backwards.
343 then took all this easily understandable self-explanatory lore and decided to make it complete.
But I'm only saying that because I haven't played the game, so people who have played the game can tell me whether or not I'm on the money on that, so. We was the real tribes of Israel, humans. Right, yep. I feel like the opposite is going on here. I feel like the bad guys are not the stand-in for Jews. I feel like the good guys are, because we're supposed to be sympathetic with the Jews, which would fall in line with a woke video game company. Jews are the only real humans. You go as you damn go as you're running it. Freaky Fish movie. Oh, I don't want to see that. He's probably not going to talk about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's just in there because it's like 4 months ago. I think we've exhausted this talking point. It's been the stream's been going on for 4 hours. Is there any other video here that's worth watching that anybody can say? Hear me out, bro. Is he going to talk about... I haven't seen this show with this clown character, the Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know why people are talking about it, why it got so popular. I'm not really interested. I'm not understanding it correctly. The prophets of the covenant specifically are the Jew, if you want to make that analogy. The ring was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Yeah, 3,000. So if we are reclaiming something 3,000 years ago, why aren't... Doesn't that mean that humans are the stand-in for Zionists? So you're role-playing the Zionists that in that sense, and the bad guys are the Palestinians or the or whites or basically anybody non-Jewish. They're the goyim. That's what it seems like to me, that the analogy is based on what he was saying. But anyway, the Amazing Digital Truny. Eating haram pork, right? I've been on a pork fest myself. I got some pork for burritos, tacos. Halo Reach edit, not to be racist or anything, but oh, and it's just gonna be an elite. Halo's edgy phase. So let's see what's edgy about
The
Halo.
2010s were a hard time if you were a fan of, well, anything really. I don't think I'm being unreasonable when I say that Zack Snyder owes the world an apology for making Man of Steel, because it kickstarted this trend of taking older franchises that were semi-serious but mostly just dumb fun, and trying to turn them into these dark, gritty, mature versions that feel like they only exist so that the creator doesn't feel embarrassed when he has to tell people what he's working on. For like 10 years...
I don't think Man of Steel did that. I think The Dark Knight did that. I just think The Dark Knight actually did things well, and everyone tried to do the same thing, and they just didn't understand how to do it that way.
Great, basically every franchise tried to look really cool and edgy.
The humans are Christians, Covenant led by Jews. I would have said the humans are stand-in for Christians for like the first Halo, and Halo 2 and 3. I feel like that was more obvious. But what makes you think the people who Bungie gave the franchise to were continuing that, and weren't just trying to psyop you?
For some reason, even though it was pretty much universally hated by every...
Like, again, why would a woke video game company that everybody hates because they're doing girl boss shit, like, think, oh, but we need to do Christian messaging? It doesn't make sense. Like, think about that.
Fan base. And I do mean every franchise, alright? Even the fucking Looney Tunes got a dark and gritty reboot. I also just want to point out that their dark and gritty reimagining of...
By the way, Lunatics Unleashed wasn't dark and gritty. Everybody says it is. I think it's because they haven't actually watched the show. It is good fun. It's actually a pretty good show. I especially like how the Wile E. Coyote character and the Roadrunner character actually work together. What's Wile E. Coyote's name in it? I can't remember. Was well, anyway, I think he's the best character. I like him the most.
The Tasmanian Devil was called Spaz, which to anyone not from the UK, that's like a word for a mentally disabled person over here. So it'd be like if in The Dark Knight, Batman's like, Commissioner Gordon, the Joker is not the only villain in Gotham City. He's working with my old enemy, Dr. Down Syndrome. But perhaps the biggest victim of this cringe edgy teen phase was Halo. Kinda, I don't know, some other franchises probably did get it a lot worse, but I can't think of any off the top of my head, and I'm a Halo channel, so, you know. Now I know what you're expecting. You think I'm gonna immediately point to Halo 4 as the game that started Halo's edgy phase? Well, you're dead fucking wrong, son. Halo was doing this shit even before Zack Snyder could get his grubby little hands on Superman and properly start this trend. Proving that, once again,
Coyote vs. Acme movie coming out. I'm not too excited about that. I've actually read the script for it, and it's not that great. But, no, Lunatics Unleashed was pretty good. I want to play some clips, but they probably would get the stream copyright struck.
Halo is always ahead of its time, even when that's a bad thing.
Techie Coyote, that's what he was. He was Techie Coyote. Yeah, Techie Coyote was pretty cool.
Halo Reach was a game that's pretty much universally liked nowadays, but I mean, that's not really surprising when you've got people claiming Halo 4 also belongs in that category of good Halo games now. Not happening, Sunshine. You get back to the pit with all the other shitty games. Anyway, Halo Reach was clearly trying to be a lot more gritty and badass than the previous games. Now, any Halo fan will tell you that this was done as a deliberate artistic choice to better represent the bleak tone of the game's story. But let's just be real for a minute, Bungie wanted that Call of Duty audience. I mean, they even had a cool guy with a skull-themed mask like in Modern Warfare. They weren't exactly fucking subtle. Reach was the first mainline game in the series to really take a drastic turn in its art direction. Personally, not that big a fan. I always liked how the Bungie trilogy kind of looked like a bunch of action figures. There were these vibrant colours with...
I remember the Looney Tunes movie where it was like Roger Rabbit. Where was it the one with Brendan Fraser in it? Are you talking about just a Looney Tunes movie where they combined like real actors with the tunes? Because I do remember that movie, and that was kind of meh. Space Jam, yeah, was it Space Jam?
Which helped to contrast between the human and alien factions. The human characters weren't trying to look photorealistic, but also weren't given that weird exaggerated anatomy where every male character needs arms bigger than his...
Oh, it was the Brendan Fraser one. Yeah, I do remember that one. I remember it was just kind of like, eh. Like, modern Looney Tunes is not that great.
Fucking legs. Halo 3 just has the best art style in my opinion, but Halo Reach has this really ugly, washed out look to it. Not just in terms of colour grading, but the actual textures of everything now have a lot less colour, and so it all just looks like this mess of brown and grey. And then there's the Covenant. Now, there are some things I like.
What was edgy though? Did he didn't say what was edgy though.
There are two things I like. I like the Elite Ultra Armour and the Skirmishers, just not in the way. Brutes went for things. The Brute every to speak reaction, even though the whole point of the Elite do. You know what I'm mainly here to talk about?
Okay.
Halo 4. This was the game that really tried to make Halo appeal to COD fans, and instead it just pissed off the fans they already had to begin with, whilst not attracting many COD fans. They tried making everything super detailed and realistic, which means all the armor...
Oh, wait, so when he said edgy, he means fake edgy, okay.
Weapons now need to be made up of about 15 separate pieces that can be individually removed like they're a Barbie doll. You know, I look at character design like this. If a 10-year-old can roughly draw the character from memory, probably a good character design. Now, if a grown man has to look at a picture on Google of this character and constantly look back at said picture while he's drawing it because it's got so many moving pieces, probably not a great character design. Master Chief's armour in Halo 4 is something that I keep going back and forth between whether or not I like it. See, in some images it looks kinda cool. And then, in other images it looks like a dude wearing a paintball mask with a toilet seat around his neck. The Covenant somehow look even worse than they did in Reach, both in terms of armour and Force 1. Them don't need as Orc in Halo Reach, since that combat advance label arms. They also stand
what? When is he going to talk
like this with? Aren't
what's edgy? What's not edgy?
And it's still ugly, or because it's away from these two together. These are unlikely. But look, now, like I said, I actually don't hate this design. I just hate the way it was done. See, I think it would have been cool.
Is he trying to say like the designs had a certain edge to them?
If we had the original Jackals stay as the sniper, but something. What are they wearing? Why is it all white? What tactical?
This is all just about like different designs. What's edgy? What's not edgy?
What advantage does this give you on an alien form? Because it's just an assault rifle, a break the action, or made up of about 90 different pieces. Look, I know I said I liked that Halo 3 did. The UNSC are no longer. It's worth to realise that nobody.
Yeah, I think we've kind of reached the end. I don't. There's nothing here that surprises me. He's not really like talking about like I guess if I was more of a Halo fan and played modern Halo, I'd get some of this stuff, but I'm not. So a lot of this is preaching to the choir and using a lot of like chud signaling to people who are now asking themselves why they ever watched him because of the act man. So yeah, this was a really stupid excursion. I don't know, Ambassador, you have anything else you think would be worth saying about him?
Not probably, no.
Using edgy aesthetic in discussion, even though he's not even talking the point. Yep. Edgy looking aesthetic with the character designs. Well, that one time where Bugs said, I'll fuck your mom with a razor dildo. That wasn't that tune. Probably somebody else's reboot tunes. Don't bother. It's Goylo now. Halo is dead. This guy's a joke. Yep.
I just think the whole point is it's like comparative analysis. You just taking his previous statements and putting them up against his current statements and just seeing if anything he says is genuine. Sure, he can joke about this shit, but I just think he's using it as a springboard.
Yeah, he is.
That's all I think it is. Because there's no joke in putting up a early life section. There's no joke there. If you're going to do that, then why are you doing that? Because that like I said, that contrasts with your previous statement that you don't want to court these type of people.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. Is this whole comment is the biggest thing. You're attracting people you don't like being compared to. Then why are you signaling to them? How lame modern games are? Are they lame, or are you just joking about that too? You're gonna throw it, but you're not gonna throw a genuine rager. So
if this entire channel is just a big fucking joke, and fine, whatever. But just why are you using the specific terminology and I guess these talking points to do it?
Well, there you go. SB says early life is an absolute joke, and if you know, you know. So yeah, it's just the people who make your media, even if they're Jewish, that has no impact on the writing.
So throwing up an early life section in a video that's a joke?
Yeah,
that's
it's just a joke. It's just a joke. Yeah,
just an entire joke. Yeah.
Yeah, Zionists aren't like we can have Zionists. We just have to teach them to be good writers.
But there's nothing genuine about his videos. It's just the entirety of chud fucking videos are just jokes. That's all it is. It's have some fucking laughs and use the right wing talking points to do it.
Yeah, this guy doesn't he probably genuinely doesn't understand that there are people in this world who have ideologies that are diametrically opposed to us, like to our values, and they're involved in our media industry producing this stuff. And instead of addressing it, they're like, it's just all good and fun me talking about it. I don't really believe in anything I'm saying, and I don't like being associated with people who actually take anything seriously. In fact, they're mentally raped over it. It's not even a difference of opinion. They're mentally raped over it. He probably equates synthetic man to heel versus babyface crashing out of her pronouns, which is arguably justified. Yeah, and well, see, even heel versus babyface doesn't really stand for what he's talking about, though. He's pretty smart sometimes, though. Heel versus babyface. I don't know what is his real name. I can't remember his real name.
I don't know. They call him Az. I don't know what the rest
Az,
of his name
is. I remember him making a comment a while back, talking about how Disney purposely used. Remember when the Obi-Wan show was coming out, and Ewan McGregor took that video in his car saying Anybody who criticizes the Negress who is in the role of the female Darth Vader was like, if you don't like the fact that she's involved, you're no fan of Star Wars. And he was basically talking about that. It was like, it was an obvious marketing ploy. It was made to get people riled up and angry and to talk about the product. It was like faux outrage, and that's what these people subsist on. Jaquivius Dontrell. Eels isn't a giga-based chud, but he does portray himself as he was, as Cheeks does. Well, yeah, he still has. I guess. I bet most people have seen this video I've made a while back, but let me find it. Where is it? It was before that. Before that. Here it is.
Pushback.
So never forget this, guys.
People.
Culture went so far left, and now that it's correcting itself back to the middle, the pushback on the left ideology is harder. So everyone is hypersensitive to anything perceived even remotely woke. Correct. What we don't need is an overcorrection to the fucking far right.
They don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right because they're not actually right wing. They're centrist libertarians. They don't want to be banned from YouTube. They know they can't say racist, sexist, whatever shit.
Because do you know what the far left and the far right have in common? They're both very pro-censorship.
They're like centrist libertarian types who are...
See, aren't centrist libertarian types, though, if you're talking about how you don't want the pendulum to swing, why is that not censorship? You're not allowed to be too right or left to the middle, wherever the middle is. So, okay, how is that not censorship too? How are you not like trying to control speech in that sense?
Or just parroting the common opinion back to people.
We don't want a swing in the opposite direction. We want...
Why don't you want to swing in the opposite direction? Why? Can you tell us why?
We want like a nice little swing here, you know? That's what we want. A nice little swing here. We don't want it to go up here.
You need to make a video on why I hate modern Fallout, but don't be serious about it. Yeah, exactly. But I do need to put everything in the thumbnail, courting people who do take that seriously, and then wonder why they all hate me when I reveal that I don't like them.
Here, it's here. It's coming down. We don't want it to go. Oh no, we don't want it to go up here.
Well, again, that's why the Overton window discussion keeps coming up, because if you compare Kingdom Come 2 to like Dragon Age Veilguard, of course Dragon Age Veilguard's way more woke, but that's again how a retard looks at things. How a smart person looks at things is they just analyze the media in front of them and try and see, okay, this is obviously trying to push this message.
When he says analyze the media in front of them, what he's saying is like you take it at like, I guess like a blank slate. But yeah, you should have like a value system or a standard that you're working with, and centrist libertarians don't work with a standard.
Etc. You know, leftists have no problem doing that with anything vaguely right-wing. They will absolutely analyze any message, no matter how harmless it might seem, for, you know, normalizing such crazy things as like, you know, men being physically superior to women, or you know, any number of things like that.
We just want a nice little balance, a nice little wibble wobble, yeah?
Centrism in a homogenous country of your peers is good. And if someone comes and says it's not, and they are going to fight you, On what basis are you going to fight them back?
A little bit of liberalism, you know, a little bit of conservatism. Just a nice little fucking wibbly wobbly, nice little balance.
They don't want the pendulum to shift too far to the right. They're centrist libertarians. They're like centrist libertarian types who are just parroting the common opinion back to people.
I remember.
The common or the consensus opinion back, yeah. Speaking of centrist, Short Fat Otaku video was how I discovered your channel. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was I didn't do very well in the recording. I was still, like, trying to learn how to do the recording on that. But, yeah. By the way, I've talked about this in one of my more recent videos, but I think even calling them centrist libertarian is a little too much. I think they are statists. Their bottom line has actually been oriented according to what, like, most institutions have taught people, just modern education in general. But it's more you actually agree with whatever is the commonly, I guess, whatever the authority opinion is. I don't know what you'd call it, but it's since the state controls most educational facilities, public education, and a lot of colleges are from that too, and there's a lot of money poured into that too. It's going to reflect whatever is in the state, and the Fifth Republic, one of the governing ideologies of the Fifth Republic is the Civil Rights Act. So with the Civil Rights Act, I've talked about that too. I don't know, have you guys seen this video that I made a long time ago? I think I'll end with this. Just because we're on that talking point. It's one of the first videos I did. Well, not one of the first I did. When I was doing, kind of when I changed the way my content was going. Okay. This one.
So let's talk a bit about wokeness in media, specifically forced diversity. Let me lead this off by talking about Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 has a multiplayer mode called Operations. In said game mode, you're allowed to choose from a variety of classes to play as, and each of these classes boasts its own abilities that fit within several different situations in the game. Furthermore, you can arm your Marines with many long-range weapons, mid-range weapons, or melee weapons. But ultimately, each class is set apart from one another in both abilities and weapons, and so an appropriate descriptor would be to say that the classes are diverse.
Missed the Zootopia reviews. I still have a script up for, like, I was going to redo that whole review and just put it up in one video. Because I changed a few things that I had said in it. But I could probably, like, do that. So I don't know. Well, I always say I could do that in the future. It wouldn't be too difficult to do, I guess. I had to go back to my folders and look up all the screenshots I took and kind of put them together. But, yeah, I could do that again.
But note here that in my saying that they are diverse, all I've done is make a factually true statement. I have not applied any degree of moral value to the word. Instead, I've only used the word as it would literally apply to the subject matter. Now from here, you could argue for a setup in the game that would best handle certain situations. For example, maybe you want to get a bulwark class to tank things at close quarters, and then you get a sniper class to shoot things from afar. And then you add a tactical class to provide mid-range support. By talking about this dynamic, I could make a case that diversity is a good thing. But here, it would only be good in the sense that diversification provides this team with advantages throughout an operation. So this is only pragmatically expedient. None of this means that diversification is morally expedient. And that's where we start to draw a line between what is and is not woke when it comes to diversity. You see, on most occasions when we hear people talk about diversity in anything, what you hear about is something that is being forced, and it's all superficial. But despite that, it is mandated in terms of morality. Now, one of the main problems with this is that woke diversity versus practical diversity implies that our physical attributes, our skin color, our sex, our facial features, our size, all of it has some kind of moral value. And so there we ask the question, where does this moral value originate? Well, it's all derived from this applied marginalized or victim status. Because we live in this post-Christian state right now, remnants of our religious beliefs compel the strong to protect the weak. In addition, we must be charitable to the poor, and we are also compelled to treat each other fairly and equally.
The evil assumption that all Negroes lie, all Negroes are basically immoral beings, all Negro men are not to be trusted around our women. An assumption that one associates with minds of their caliber. And which is in itself, gentlemen, a lie.
I didn't realize until like years after I read the books how arbitrary everything Atticus Finch says in that book, how arbitrary it is. He never actually argues anything. He basically just says, oh, this is true because it's true, and this is false because it's false. I don't think he ever actually gives any coherent argument to what he believes in.
But I've stated in previous videos that these Christian morals have been misaligned, they've been twisted. There are bad actors who have taken advantage of goodwill, and so many people will lay claim to a marginalized or victim status, simply as a means of procuring unearned power for themselves. And this is of course what we will acknowledge as wokeness, the recognition that certain people are being given power, not through a merit-based system, but by virtue of simply existing within an identity. And unfortunately at this point, much of that wokeness is now being actively mandated through DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, where does DEI get its power from? Well, frankly, DEI is part of a myriad of top-down regulation of behavior that mimics a state-mandated mission to remove any and all bias from society.
Aaron McIntyre and the guys from the Good Old Boys podcast suggest that we're now living in a fifth republic.
So this is the point I wanted to get to.
The civil rights regime. The strong man behind this republic was LBJ. The first person I heard criticize the Civil Rights Act was Rand Paul. Then I saw Pastor Doug Wilson echoing those criticisms. But until I read Christopher Caldwell's book, The Age of...
This is the book you need to read on this, by the way. The Age of Entitlement, Christopher Caldwell. If you want to learn kind of about what I'm talking about, Caldwell, he talks about it in this book.
Entitlement, I didn't realize how much it had transformed the country. Caldwell argues that they had inadvertently voted themselves a second constitution without explicitly repealing the one they had. Each constitution contained guarantees. But the Civil Rights Act made it the job of the government to root out inequality, which means rooting out bias. What we call political correctness is the natural outcome of civil rights, which makes fighting bias a condition for the legitimacy of the state. Once bias is held to be part of the unconscious of human nature, there are no areas of human life in which the state's vigilance is not called for.
Yeah, that's it. So that's the basis for all good and evil now. Is this biased or is it not? Is it racist? Is it bigoted? That has essentially become everybody's morality now. That's why you can get away with murder and people are only concerned about whether or not you were motivated by racism. You can do murder, you can do rape, you can do all these things, and people treat it like it's a lesser evil to being racist. Because the state determines what is good and evil, and the state has determined that racism is like the only thing. Basically, it's and the as an extension of that, almost every law that's put into the books, the only way you can actually project power at that point, like the anarcho-tyranny that's going on right now, the only way that's possible is if you make people like guilt-ridden over their racism. Now, once the worrisome thing is when people just don't care anymore, you can't control them. So whether it's Gen Z or Gen Alpha or whoever it is comes up and basically says, I don't care, how are you going to control them? All right. Let me see if there's actually any quotes from that. Let's see. Christopher Caldwell. Age of Enlightenment. Oh, I was actually reading parts of it. Civil rights does not temper popular sovereignty. It replaces it. Typical was the French polymath Ernest Renan, who wrote in 1883, "Those liberals who defend Islam do not know Islam. Islam is the seamless union of the spiritual and the temporal. It is the reign of dogma. It is the heaviest chain mankind has ever borne. In the early Middle Ages, Islam tolerated philosophy because it could not stop it. It could not stop it because it was yet disorganized and poorly armed for terror. But as soon as Islam had a mass of ardent believers at its disposal, it destroyed everything in its path. Religious terror and hypocrisy were the order of the day. Islam has been liberal when weak and violent when strong. Let us not give it credit for what it was merely unable to suppress." Other good points. Only with the entrenchment of political correctness did it become clear. That he already read that one. The baby boomers were the last generation of Americans who would be taught in school that their country had never lost a war. In most things, in fact, they would have more in common with their parents than with their children. They were educated for a pre-computer world. They listened to a combination of folk rock and vaguely British-infected rock, which for their children would be eclipsed by various kinds of rap. All boomers were born into a pre-civil rights America, and they were the last generation to grow up wholly outside the shadow of what would be known as political correctness.
You in your stream soon?
Nah, not yet.
No, okay.
Yeah, they just charged Shiloh for being racist. They're gonna have to overturn that. But even if they do overturn that, I don't know if you're gonna see that in the news. What was the book called? It was called The Age of Entitlement. America Since the 60s by Christopher Caldwell. There are, however, great problems with shame as a means of governing. For one thing, opposition does not disappear, but only becomes unspeakable, making the public even less knowable to its rulers. For another, shame as a government weapon works only on people capable of feeling shame. I talked about this earlier in the stream. It thus purges high-minded people from the opposition and ensures that when the now mysterious public does throw up opposition, it will be led by shameless people and take on a shameless form. If the spread of Pakistani cuisine is the single greatest improvement in British public life over the past century, it is also worth noting that the bombs used for the failed London transport attacks on July 21st, 2005, were made from a mix of hydrogen peroxide and chapati flour. Yes. One of history's secrets is that the revolutionaries' appeal in the eyes of posterity owes much to the traits they share with the world they overthrew. Ooh. Irony. At some point, Democrats became the party of small-town people who think they're too big for their small towns. For these people, liberalism is not a belief at all. No, it's something more important. A badge of certain social aspirations. That is why the laments of a small-town leftist get voiced with such intemperance and desperation, as if those who voice them are fighting off the nagging thought, if the Republicans are not particularly evil, then maybe I'm not particularly special. Ooh, that's actually good. That's actually really cool. So if all the leftists, the red tuber types and all that, the people who call you Nazis, if at any point in time we prove to them or we are seen as not being Nazis, then everything they know is meaningless. It would be admission that everything they know is meaningless. That's basically what he's saying there. That's why you can't convince, by the way. Part of the reason why you'll never convince a leftist you're not a Nazi. Because if they admit that, they'd have to admit that everything they know is wrong. The cynic is one who, as Oscar Wilde said, knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. The boomers were the opposite. They knew the value of everything and the price of nothing. Now that's interesting. 3 weeks before Kennedy was killed in Dallas, Vietnamese President Nguyen Dinh Diem was ousted and then murdered in a coup that Kennedy had authorized. Who's they, Egad? They are the Jews. The Zionists. Actually, in this context, though, it would be the American people, though, if I was taken seriously. Only with the entrenchment of political correctness. So we already read that part. Yeah. So yeah, Christopher Caldwell, The Age of Entitlement, America since the '60s. Oh, I can't even look at that. Oh wait, here we go. This is basically what it looks like. Major American intellectual makes the historical case that the reforms of the 1960s, reforms intended to make the nation more just and humane, instead left many Americans feeling alienated, despised, and misled, ready to put an adventurer in the White House. Christopher Caldwell spent years studying the liberal uprising of the 1960s and its unforeseen consequences. Even the reforms that Americans love best have come with costs that are staggeringly high. But this has been, oh, by the way, this has been, oh, do you know what? Just really quickly, this is AI generated. This, okay, I'll tell you just briefly. I'll probably devote an entire video to this sometime. I think I devoted a stream to it. Well, we do have the obvious thing, which is the M dashes here. But the other thing that, if you ever are wondering if something is AI generated, it does this: alienated, despised, and misled. 3, comma, 1, comma, 2, comma, 3. So 3 here. Another M dash, wealth, freedom, social stability. So we got another 3 here. Basically, this is what AI likes to do. It'll talk about something and then list 3 things, 3 words to describe it. The M dashes is 1. So if you hear this, you'll know that there's something AI generated going on. Caldwell reveals the real political turning points of the past half century, taking readers on a roller coaster ride through Playboy magazine, affirmative action, CB radio, leveraged buyouts, iPhones, Oxycontin, Black Lives Matter, and internet cookies. In doing so, he shows that attempts to redress the injustices of the past have left Americans living under 2 different ideas of what it means to play by the rules. Essentially, timely, hard to put down. There you go, another 3. The Age of Entitlement is a brilliant and ambitious argument about how the reforms of the past 50 years gave the country 2 incompatible political systems and drove it toward conflict. All right. I think that is going to be the end of the stream. So, let's see here. I will end with, let's see. It's another good one. Maybe I'll find one at random. Oh, here's a good one. It's probably an older one, but let's, I will end with, one more Prussian marching song, and then end the stream.